Call this regular meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education to order. Welcome to our members, those in the audience, and to all viewing the meeting remotely. To members attending virtually, please ensure your video is streaming and that you can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. The August regular meeting has been identified as the board's retreat. And as outlined in KBE Policy Manual, our agenda includes review of the board's goals and objectives, identifying the major issues likely to face the board in the coming year, and establishing priorities for board action. But first, we have a welcoming of new members to this board. The board approved applications for the 25-26 non-voting teacher and student members at our June meeting. Today, we welcome Alfonso de Torres Nunez and as our new teacher member and will serve a term to expire June 30, 2026. Mr. de Torres Nunez is a Spanish teacher at Bloom Elementary School in Jefferson County. We also welcome Harper Blake, our new student member to the board. Harper is a student in Marion County and her term as a non-voting student member will expire June 30th, 2026. Erin Gaines is here to administer the oath as a student, and as she is not in of the majority, Harper will participate as a ceremonial gesture.
Good afternoon. If you will please raise your right hand. And I do solemnly swear or affirm, as the case may be, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky so long as I continue a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully execute to the best of my abilities the office of Kentucky Board of Education member according to law. And I do further solemnly swear that since the adoption of the present Constitution, I, being a citizen of this state, have not fought a duel with a deadly weapon within this state nor out of it, nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with a deadly weapon, nor have I acted as second in carrying a challenge, nor aided or assisted any person thus offending. So help me God.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And
It's always good to get that dueling stuff out.
Yep.
there.
yeah, exactly.
That might be a
Exactly.
problem
That
later.
was mentioned several times. We welcome our new members to the board and to our collaborative effort on a exciting year ahead. Alfonso, I invite you and Harper to share a few words. Begin with you.
It should just automatically come on.
Yep. Well, thank you. That's the biggest thing that comes to my mind at this moment. As I have been sharing with some of you this morning, I feel the responsibility, but also I feel the blessing of being here. I carry many voices with me that I hope that I'm able to bring over here, and I hope that I can use my skills and my abilities and put them to the service of KBE and also to you all personally as well, for the benefit of our students who should be at the very center of each of our conversations and interactions. So once again, thank you so much for me personally, and I'm really looking forward to this.
Thank you so much. Harper, welcome.
Thank you guys so much. I'm very honored to be here. Honestly, I can't believe I was chosen, but not only am I honored to be here, but I'm very excited to be able to represent the students of Kentucky. I hope that I can represent all students and further my knowledge on the struggles that people go through in the school system of Kentucky. And I'd just like to thank you again.
Welcome. Well, thank you. I have told both Harper and Alfonso that the voice and perspective of our student and teacher members have been relied upon, and we expect their full participation in all of our deliberations because they are anchoring kind of perspectives that keep us real and keep us aware of the impact of what we are considering and deliberating. So your perspective is really, really important. Now we'll call the roll. Please scoop us in.
Holly Bloodworth,
Here.
Harold McKinney,
Here.
Justin Pate,
Here.
Julie Pyle,
Julie Pyle, present.
Randy Poe,
Present.
Sharon Porter Robinson,
Here.
Lee Todd,
Here.
Steve Trimble,
Here.
Diane Woods,
Present.
Lou Young,
Present.
Harper Blake,
Here.
Alfonso de Torres Nunez,
Presente.
Secretary Jamie Link,
Here.
and President Aaron Thompson. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Included on today's agenda is a dedicated public comment segment. This segment is limited to 10 speakers at a maximum of 3 minutes each. If there are multiple members of an organization, we encourage the membership to group the group to select a person to represent their perspective. We do have one speaker signed up. Ashley Munson, please join the table. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Chair, members of the board, and new members, welcome. My name is Ashley Munson, and I'm a government relations manager here on behalf of Hop Skip Drive, which is a mission-driven company founded over 10 years ago by working moms who wanted to solve one of the biggest challenges families face across the nation, which is getting kids to and from school and activities safely and reliably. We utilize technology to connect kids to highly vetted caregivers on wheels such as grandparents, retired teachers, and more. And now we operate in more than 15 states, partnering with over 1,000 school districts, government agencies, and nonprofits. We have provided over 5 million safe rides for students nationwide, specializing in helping some of the most disadvantaged youth across the country. So that is such as foster children, students experiencing homelessness, and those with special needs. By leveraging technology and creating a network of new highly vetted care drivers, we are able to get those youth to school consistently, reduce chronic absenteeism, participate in extracurriculars and CTE programs, and remain at the same school even though their home situations change, arranging transportation with as little as 6 hours notice. Additionally, we have seen firsthand how using small vehicles to transport students who do not neatly fit on the school bus route can increase occupancy on existing school buses, alleviating bus driver shortages, shortening commute times, and reducing transportation costs for school districts. So, why am I here? We are here today because we are concerned that recently approved regulatory changes for small school vehicles, while well-intentioned, could have unintended consequences. As currently written, these regulations will make Kentucky one of the more restrictive states in the country for small vehicle student transportation services such as ours. School districts across the nation and here in Kentucky are struggling every day to ensure students get to school safely and on time. Flexible options like Hop Skip Drive are a vital partner in solving these challenges. We deeply respect and support the board's goal of student safety. It's at the very core of what we do and what we pride ourselves on. Our safety record, with a 99.7% of all rides completed without any concern, we prioritize safety. but we believe that the current regulation could inadvertently limit districts' ability to use trusted partners like Hopskip Drive to help solve some of the transportation challenges we see throughout the country. We would welcome the opportunity to work and collaborate with you all to make constructive adjustments that maintain the regulation's intent while giving districts the flexibility they need to meet their students' needs. In closing, we appreciate the board and the staff's attention to this matter and commitment to Kentucky's children. We will be sending detailed recommendations in writing and look forward to working together with you all to ensure that every student in Kentucky can access the safe, reliable transportation they deserve. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to speak before the board.
Thank you so much, Ms. Munson. We look forward to your written recommendations
Yes, ma'am.
and appreciate your taking the time to share with us.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can I ask,
Oh,
is-
I'm
Is
sorry.
that referred to the current or the proposed change? The current statute or the proposed ones coming up?
It's the regulation.
The proposed ones, okay, just for clarification. And there's a hearing later this month, is there not, on this, that she should probably attend
I believe we do have a hearing.
coming up
Todd, do we have that scheduled?
on the 28th or something?
The public hearing for the regulation for vehicles designed to carry 9 passengers or less is on the 27th of August. However, for commenters, they don't necessarily have to attend the public hearing. If you submit written comments, it's treated the same as you showing up for the public hearing.
Copy that. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Just wanted to
Thank
make
you.
sure, thank
I
you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Important topic that we continue to labor to get right. Yes. We now turn to board internal business. We have several items for action and discussion. The first item is the concerns our minutes. You have a summary of minutes for the June 4th, 2025 KBE regular meeting, day 1, June 4th, 2025 KBE State Schools Committee meeting, June 4th, 2025 United We Learn Committee meeting, the June 5th, 2025 KBE regular meeting, day 2, and the August 4, 2025 KBE Awards Committee meeting. These minutes were distributed in advance. Are there any corrections to these minutes? Corrections, omissions that should be noted? If not, then I will ask for a motion to approve these minutes as presented.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second. Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion regarding this item? All those in favor of approving the minutes that have been distributed, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Thank you. We now come to a sobering item. Kentucky Revised Statute, KRS 156.029, requires that KBE elect a chairperson at the first regular meeting of the board in each fiscal year. At this time, we will take nominations from the floor and proceed with the election of a new KBE chair and vice chair. The nominations are now in order for the office of Chair of the Kentucky Board of Education. Any nominations?
Madam
Randy?
Chair, I propose that Sharon Robinson stay on as board chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Steve. Any other nominations? Going once. Given there is only one name on the slate, is there a motion to approve the slate and elect me to continue to serve as your chair?
I so move.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I thank you. It's a great honor and quite a, it's a humbling moment. This is a hard one to get through. You are such an amazing board. It is so easy to engage with you. You are accessible, and you are all so very willing. And I promised Alfonso and Harper that this board is anchored by the interest of our students. And we are really held to that mission and that focus in such a high integrity way. In how we operate, it shows. And I believe that we are on the precipice of really helping to move into that realm of equity that we strive for on behalf of our students. And that is they all experience vibrant learning for which high degree of accountability is in their interest and not a punishment. It is in the interest of those who work with them because it helps them do the best job they can. And I can't think of any better way to spend time, effort, and energy than to pursue the mission that we are on. So I thank you for the chance. And so now we have the opportunity to elect our vice chair. The floor is now open for nominations for the vice chair role of the KBE.
I would like to nominate Dr. Lou Young.
We have a nomination. Are there other nominations?
I'd like to
Going
second the
once.
motion and ask to close nominations.
All right, the question has been called that we close the slate and proceed to a vote. All those in favor of electing Lou Young to be vice chair of this board, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? You've elected Lou Young to be our vice chair. Dr.
I'll
Young?
echo Chair Robinson's comments about what an amazing opportunity it is to work with you as individuals and collectively as a board. We ask you to do hard things, and you always step up. Not only do you agree to do those hard things, but you do them extremely well with a lot of wisdom, thought, and as Sharon indicated, primary interest of our students in mind. And so it is an honor to serve alongside Dr. Robinson in this role, and I really appreciate the opportunity to do that again. Thank you.
So on to another task that we have that we've asked you to consider. Member travel request, and I'll be seeking your approval. Per the KBE policy manual, all out-of-state travel for which reimbursement is sought shall be approved in advance by the board, by the Finance Committee through the KDE. This year's National Association of State Boards of Education will meet in Austin, Texas in October. Vice Chair Lou Young and Julie Powell have submitted requests to attend. I am still waiting to hear if there are others who wish to attend, but our attendance cannot exceed 5 members. So I would ask you the board's approval for the travel request already submitted, and that working with the chair, we complete our delegation of up to 5 members. May I have such a motion?
Make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? And the door is still open. We do want to make sure we're well represented because if you haven't been to NASB, you would be really amazed, surprised, and pleased that Kentucky is often referenced as an example to other states on many different aspects of school transformation. So we are in a leadership role nationally, and it is gratifying to witness the degree to which others seek our input and our support for their efforts. But I will call the question on this issue of approval for out-of-state travel. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Well, I thank you and look forward to completing our delegation as we go into NASB. You recall at our June meeting, we did sign a letter endorsing the candidacy of our vice chair to serve on the NASB board as the Southern Regional Director. So we want to be sure to be able to celebrate Lou's victory. when
Highly
she's elected.
contested.
The next item regarding internal board business is consideration of the KBE regular meeting calendar. Per KBE policy, regular meetings of the board for the transaction of business shall be held in the months of February, April, June, August, October, and December. Specific dates for meetings to be held in the following calendar year shall be determined at the board's annual retreat or the first regular meeting of the fiscal year. That is this meeting. Now, included in the board's portal is a list of regular meeting dates proposed for 2026. The proposal includes additional meeting dates during odd number months to hold virtual meetings. The recommendation is that these meetings would be scheduled virtually for 2 hours and intended for the board, to participate in learning sessions, discussions, or conduct other necessary business regarding the board's priorities. The proposed schedule also includes a 2026 retreat and regular meeting to be held at the Kentucky School for the Blind in Louisville. The KSB principal has indicated the school would be glad to host the board for its August meeting if we so desire. The draft document also includes tentative dates for 2027. The 2027 meeting calendar does not need to be approved at this time, but I seek the board's input and approval of the KBE regular meeting calendar for 2026. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Julie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. So we have the calendar on the, before you for consideration. Discussion?
Yeah, I would like to just share, in advance of the comments we're going to be making in response to the Auditor of Public Accounts report that was released in June, that one of the things that we've been talking about for a long time, with much appreciation to Dr. Poe, for example, is that we feel very much driven by a time-bound agenda at our every other month meeting. And so in keeping with the recommendation from the APA's report and the conversations that we've been having, we wanted to add this other monthly meeting on the even numbers, January is 1. On the odd numbers, Dr. Poe and I, probably you too, Dr. Trimble and Ms. Woods, were in our board meetings at the regular local sites. We would have our action meetings once a month and then a work session. Yeah, Julie, you served on the board too. And then on the other Monday night for me, it was a work session. It was really a way to ensure that the board had a learning agenda and that you guys got enough lead time about kind of big picture questions or things that we just really want to arm wrestle about without being constrained by having to hit the end of a meeting in time to get people back on the road, et cetera. So in light of the report, in light of internal conversations that we've been having, and then thinking about also the fact that every time Holly hits the road, it's 5 hours from Murray, we felt like having these in a virtual setting would make it easier on you all in terms of schedule, give us a little bit of relaxed time, still meeting open meeting laws and requirements, of course, having a quorum, opening the meeting for the public, but in a virtual way would make it a more manageable way for us to address some of these concerns. So I just wanted, it's a little bit out of order with our response to the APA item on here, but I wanted to give you some backstory as to why we thought these additional meetings might be necessary. If, for instance, we hit one of the odd-numbered months and we don't have a hot topic or a substantive enough agenda to even hold the meetings, we will simply not hold the meeting. But I would plan on up to 2 hours virtually, hopefully at your convenience as we think about these as they unfold, so.
This was one of those times when reading the report brought back
Yep.
to the front burner a topic that we have discussed and then just not really addressed, but now we have the opportunity to adopt a new calendar, and so we put this proposal before you.
So you define this as a regular meeting, so that means that action would be taken, voting?
No, you're exactly right. These would, the plan right now is that we would not take action at the new virtual meetings.
Okay, I think
So-
that needs to be a little clearer then.
Not that it would not be allowed at all, because I suppose there could always be something, that time sensitive that we would need to do. But again, thinking about the work session model, it really is more about the board's learning agenda and intended to be that way. There could, though, Dr. Robinson had this thought, if I may, there could be something by way of perfunctory items that could be handled at a virtual meeting where we know very little discussion is going to be necessary, which in turn would free up some time on the even-numbered month meetings as well. So some flexibility there, perhaps.
So you're talking about something that might be time-sensitive,
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
and we need to go on and take care of it. Okay.
Or simple and routine, yeah.
Like, how would this impact you guys?
Yeah. That's the harder part.
I thought it seemed like a good idea. I don't think
Can
that.
you get out of class? I guess that's
Oh,
the question.
no, yeah, that won't be a problem. My school will write me off. So.
Excellent.
Might be for you.
Me personally speaking, as a father of 2 babies, I mean, the virtual option is quite helpful to say the least. And I think it provides also capabilities in our roles as board members that could open up for more people in the audience to come and attend and participate of our meetings. Especially nowadays with technology, where you can provide so much access to information in different languages too, right? So I think, even when I don't have a vote on this, but I think this is a good move, and I'm really looking forward to this. I think it can provide opportunities for many stakeholders to participate in ways that perhaps they might not have the time to come here to a Frankfurt meeting, but virtually speaking, there are many opportunities.
So it would probably be during the school day, though,
Yeah.
right?
What time do you guys finish? 2 at Bloom?
Me personally, I go from 7 to 2,
2, okay.
and
We go 8:15 to 3:05.
Okay. So we might do some flexible scheduling in terms of alternating or,
So we do have the time between now and January. We'd like to start the first of the year. But we know that there are lots of details yet to be worked out. So if you would allow us to work with you to complete the design of these meetings, I'd love to hear more about how you see using this time. I mean, we started out thinking of this as a work session, and then I thought, well, some of the items on our regular agenda that are in fact routine, could we dispatch them in those meetings and then do one discussion item? I don't know. Do you have a preference, Dr. Powell?
It's not as much a preference as a statement that when we get to the audit report later, like you said, it's cart before the horse, is that we were criticized about lack of oversight. And the lack of oversight is not a lack of oversight if anybody checked in and saw the questions that were asked, but it's because they don't hear the discussion that is taking place more in private, finding out that information. And this just makes it more public so people hear the comments between board members and the board chair or calls to the commissioner. that we have to get clarification on. And hopefully, it will help cutting down calls to the commissioner because we can ask those questions. We can wait and ask those questions in that virtual meeting. So that's what I like about it. And an answer is to call the auditor, which I think was mistaken in the fact of lack of oversight, because Robbie can tell you that he doesn't like necessarily seeing me calling him constantly to find out information, and others don't get the opportunity to hear that either. And I think that would be what's appropriate about having that conversation. You're having the conversation in public eye. And if they're saying we're in a lack of oversight, it's because they don't know what we are doing. And this just gives the opportunity.
Further comment?
I have two quick questions, please.
Yes.
Are these considered special meetings and thus limit what we can put on the agenda?
No. The way it
Should they
is
be
now.
regularly scheduled meetings? Is that
They would
correct?
be regular.
And how do we make provisions for the public? You know, we have under our purview the School for the Deaf and School for the Blind. What provisions do we make for somebody to be a part of those meetings? Has that been worked out? I mean, I don't know how you meet that requirement.
Todd?
The Open Meetings Act was amended a few years ago to allow for virtual meetings to occur. So if all of you are joining from a different location, our obligation is just to have a live broadcast, which we do with all of our meetings. Right now, it's being live broadcast. You can see that we have interpreters who are interpreting ASL for our people at KSD who wish to view the meeting, whether it's now or it's also posted to our website so they can view it at a later date.
So you're confident we meet our statutory requirement? Okay,
Yes.
that's all. Thank you.
Good question. Thanks for the question. Are we ready to vote? I will call the question to adopt the calendar as proposed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those, is there anybody opposed? I thank you for the consideration. I thank you for the engagement on this matter. How we use our time is the most valuable asset we bring to this process. So we're going to try and make sure that we are using it in the most efficient manner possible. Next, I'm going to call on Julie to bring us a report from the Awards Committee.
Yes, first I'd like to thank our prior chair, Mrs. Woods, who led a stunning example of how to chair a committee, and I learned a ton from her. So, but this was another, to be on this committee and to see the nominations is just so inspiring. We had another number of fantastic nominations for this award, which this month we considered the Joseph W. Kelly's Business Award, Business and Education Partnership, which this is close to my heart. So Joseph W. Kelly served as a member of the KBE from 1989 to 1998 and provided exceptional leadership as its chair for 7 years. He was a strong leader in the fundamental early years of implementing Kentucky's nationally recognized school improvement efforts, a respected business leader and education advocate. Kelly knew firsthand the critical role the business community plays in supporting Kentucky's public education system. The Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnership is given in the fall of each year to a Kentucky business person or business who has partnered with the public school or district to provide outstanding leadership that promotes school improvement and student success. Criteria for the award include creating and sustaining strategic partnership between a business and school or district that leads to improved student outcomes, including but not limited to post-secondary success and workforce outcomes, and significant contribution to a school or district that leads or will likely lead to increase or improved educational opportunities or improved educational post-secondary or workforce outcomes for students. On behalf of the Awards Committee, I would like to share that the committee met on Monday, August 4th, and determined that candidate number 8 best meets the criteria of the award. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidate number 8 as the recipient of the 2025 Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnership, and ask the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidate number 8 at the board's October regular meeting.
Thank you so much, Julie. Coming from the committee, the motion does not require a second. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor of adopting the committee recommendation to approve candidate 8 as the recipient of the 2025 Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnerships, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. I thank you and thank the committee for your work. I know there's a lot of diligent effort going into reviewing the candidates for all of these awards. It's amazing that we have such, almost an embarrassment of riches in Kentucky. Our awards are all competitive. And it is, it's quite encouraging to see the talent and the commitment that gets represented in the award packets.
I know we say it all the time as members of the committee, but this one was really tough, Diane. You would have been sweating, so. I would also add that we've asked Senor de Torres Nunez to join the team, and he has graciously agreed to do that. So we're really open to one or two other members who would like to join the awards committee. It is a labor of delight, so if you are interested, please let Chair Pyle know.
Please.
Still
The
is
door
a
is
virtual
open.
meeting though, so still virtual meeting.
Yes, and it is a virtual meeting. Yes, really good point. So, and I will have to tell you, they are the quickest meetings ever. It is,
getting better.
you do the application reviews beforehand and come in and ready to go. And like Diane, Julie runs a very efficient meeting.
And go home.
All right, an opportunity to be gratified as well.
That's right.
So, good to send. Do we,
I do know that President Thompson was not able to join us in person today.
Correct.
So in your portal, you'll find his report posted.
which brings us to Secretary Link. We appreciate your being here, and we'd like you to bring us a report from the Cabinet, the Education and Labor Cabinet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, if anyone's missing a cell phone, this cell phone was sitting right here, so I don't know.
It's very shiny.
It's like an additional appendage for
Bling,
me,
bling.
so I just want to make sure.
For a minute, Mr.
And-
Secretary.
Until you saw the sparkles.
I thought that looked like you, Justin.
Here she comes, here she comes.
I just,
Clarifying.
Sure. I will keep my report brief for the sake of time, but like all state agencies right now, the Cabinet and our 19 agencies are currently drafting our legislative proposals that are due this week. And likewise, we are working on our budget proposals that'll be due here in the next few weeks as we prepare for the 2026 legislative session. And again, like other state agencies who have federal funding and have federal policies, we are keeping a close eye every day on actions by the federal government to make sure that we're staying in compliance and that we are reacting accordingly to both policy issues as well as funding issues. And that has been a challenge at times because things happen in real time, it seems. So we have to be on our feet and keeping close track of those items. On a more positive note, Commissioner Fletcher and I were in Moorhead, Kentucky last night to attend the 4th Town Hall meeting of the Pre-K for All initiative that Governor Beshear started back in June. We've also had pre-K meetings in Frankfort at Northern Kentucky University, at Western Kentucky University, and our 5th and final state town hall meeting will be at the State Fair on August the 20th. So I would encourage everyone, if you're able, to come get a cheeseburger between 2 donuts and attend the town hall meeting to talk about pre-K for all. You've heard me talk about the SWAT initiative, the Statewide Workforce and Talent Team Initiative. Commissioner Fletcher did not have to sit at the table last week, but some of us testified before the Economic Development and Workforce Investment Committee to talk about where we are 2 years into this initiative. Very positive meeting, very well received by members of the committee, and some very positive conversations after the presentation. So it was nice to see the legislative members taking a great interest, as they always have, in workforce development, economic development, and how we assist employers as well as job seekers in the economic space to meet the needs of the employers and to also match job seekers with the jobs that employers have available. Just a brief note that I've mentioned before, but I like to mention it because it is good news. The 40-year-old unemployment insurance system that falls under our cabinet, the replacement system is on time and on budget. And this will be transformational in the unemployment insurance space, and we know how important that program is for people who are transitioning between jobs and the needs that they have during those periods. At the last board meeting, we had a presentation on Everybody Counts, and currently we are working with the Southern Regional Education Board to address assistance for disconnected youth. And one of the topics, and I don't believe I mentioned it, but it basically addresses young people from 18 to 24 years old. But through our conversations with the SREB, we mentioned how can we keep youth from becoming disconnected, and that happens before they graduate from high school. So they really took interest in that. So we have been having close communications with them to address how can we help high school students who may be aging out of foster care or other situations that might disconnect them from post-secondary education or from a career path. How can we prevent that from happening and keeping them on track? So I will keep the board informed as our progress continues with that. We have also begun a project. It's about 2 months active right now, but we have hired, and they are on board and working now, but we have what we're calling workforce talent project managers. The Cabinet for Economic Development has project managers who work with companies that they are recruiting or that they are looking to expand in Kentucky. And as you hear constantly, the number one issue that they face is workforce issues. Where are they going to find the talent to fill the jobs that they have if they bring their company here or if they expand their company here? So the governor asked Secretary Jeff Knoll and I to work closely together, and we now have project managers, talent project managers in the Education and Labor Cabinet who will partner directly with the project managers in the Economic Development Cabinet to start working with companies immediately to address that number one priority that they have, instead of waiting as they go through the incentive packages and all that, then starting to address workforce. We want to address workforce on the front end as soon as we engage. So that's a really exciting opportunity, I think, and I think that will really show some great results. And that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to take any questions. And I do want to apologize because I have to be in Owensboro at 5 o'clock for the Governor's Safety and Health Conference that our cabinet hosts. And I guess I'm somewhat of a host of this event, and it would probably be good for me to be there. So I hate to miss the rest of the board meeting, and I hate to miss tomorrow's, but I hate to miss dinner with all of you tonight. But happy to address any questions about my report that anybody might have. Oh, and I do want to thank Board Member Bloodworth for driving from Murray to Bowling Green to attend a 5:30 town hall meeting to then turn around and drive back to Murray. So thank you for being there and for your comments.
You're welcome. It was worth it.
I'm glad to hear that. Any questions for me?
So Secretary Link, you spoke about the economic development, workforce development
Yes, ma'am.
connection. And so I'm wondering if the workforce development includes education as a part of the overall workforce, because we continue to face that crisis. And I'm wondering how we kind of leverage the interest and shared agenda so that we can perhaps get ready for the General Assembly with a proposal that represents maybe 3 agencies: economic development, workforce development, and education.
That is a great question, and as I mentioned SWAT earlier, that is the philosophy that SWAT brings to the forefront, is that collaboration between education, training, economic development, workforce development at the local, the regional, and the state levels. So undoubtedly, there is a key element to the overall economic and workforce development of the Commonwealth that includes the education system, both, especially secondary and post-secondary, but as we've talked before and as we've seen, I think it gets down into the primary areas of education, because getting young people to start thinking about their educational and career path as early as possible is really critical. And the commissioner, as well as Associate Commissioner Hargis, also has been on the SWAT team, because we have to have that educational perspective as we address the economic and workforce development areas. As well, we have Dr. Thompson and CPE, Leslie Sizemore generally is his proxy for that, and then Dr. Quarles and his team from KCTCS. So we have to have all elements of the education system involved, because that's where the workers are going to come from.
That is absolutely true. Any other comments and questions? Yes.
Dr. Link?
I'm not a doctor. I may be the only one at the table who's not a doctor.
Me neither.
Okay.
Mr. Link?
Yes.
I was taking a few notes over here, and I would love to pick your brain later, at a later time. I know that you have to go.
Of course.
But I have a question for you. So you mentioned about companies coming here and how can we connect that education with training. In your research, in your work, have you placed the focus on international companies?
Without a doubt.
In foreign-based companies?
Without a doubt, and the governor, I think, would be the first to tell you as he travels globally to meet with CEOs and presidents of companies, recruiting them to come to Kentucky, or overseas companies that already have a presence in Kentucky to expand. Their number one concern is workforce.
Okay. So I would like to put my knowledge and expertise to your service. I have a few ideas that I would like to discuss with you, precisely coming from that end. And I think that Dr. Yanni is I think you already know where I'm gonna go with this a little bit, in terms of looking for skills, international companies, the economic development and growth that can bring to our state, as it's been proven already in other states. And I would love to have some time with you at some point later, today or whenever.
That would be great, and I'd like to include some of our other staff to meet with you and get your perspective on things.
Wonderful.
Because, again, going back to the SWAT initiative, it's that collaboration and that joint input so that we have all perspectives of how we can best position Kentucky to be a leader. And I think I've mentioned to the board before, and I think it still holds true, Kentucky is the only state right now that has this collaborative effort between all of these different partners. Other states are calling, asking us, how are we doing this? And I think it really sets us apart as a leader in this area, and having that additional perspective, and all perspectives we can get, is going to be really valuable.
Right.
Yep. So we'll definitely get in touch
Absolutely.
and schedule something.
Thank you.
Yeah. My pleasure.
Excellent, thank you.
Anything else?
Real quickly, can you tell us what the acronym SWAT? I'm not sure I'm hearing you correctly.
Statewide
Okay.
workforce and talent.
Two Ws. Okay, when I look it up, I wanted to be sure I was looking at the right.
Yes,
thing.
ma'am.
Two W's and two T's.
You know, and just to chime in on what that is, Diana, it really kind of highlighted when we had that big mosque announcement.
That
and
was
there
the genesis.
And so many of our agencies had to come together for that. And I mean, it was the single largest economic project ever in the state of Kentucky. And it really started highlighting as the secretary and I and others were working together that we all had these individual really good processes for how we work with new companies coming in. Local had a process, higher education, you know, whether it be 2-year, 4-year, you know, there's a process. But they all differed around the region, and they weren't necessarily unified with what we offered as a state and the different agencies within the state. This is really some good work that the secretary and others are doing to galvanize and unify those processes so that no matter where in the Commonwealth a company were to come in, or which particular industrial authority or KCTCS college the cabinet was working with, there would be a process, and people would know, here's your contact person, here's what's coming next, here's the 3 things that are coming at the table at this point. You know, it's those kind of things that we focused on what we need to do on the education side. You know, all about, well, they focused on what they need to do on the workforce side. There's an economic side. This is some really good things going on that are going to help inform things like us at the Board of Education,
does
what we
sound
need
like
to do to help this unified process, not just look at our little piece of it and say, how do we make this better?
It's wonderful, and it sounds very powerful, and that's the reason why I wanted to be sure I had all the information as an educator.
Well,
looking at
and
this
one of the
piece.
primary tenets of the whole initiative is to make the connection to the workforce system as easy as possible for the employers. They're the ones with the jobs. And oftentimes we would hear that they didn't know where to go. They don't know how to reach out to a workforce board or contact CPE or another agency, KCTCS, that had workforce initiatives. So the goal is that an employer has one point of contact.
Exactly.
And that one point of contact knows how to navigate the rest and bring the resources to bear for that particular employee's needs. So it's making, hopefully, life easier for the employer that then leads to the jobs, and then the workforce system kicks in to bring the proper candidates and talent to those jobs. And it's about speed to market, making it easier for the company to get up and running as quickly as possible and get those jobs going.
So the meetings that you have, is there a way that we can just view them when you're having the meetings?
It's not a formalized committee or team or organization, but would be happy to share information. And we meet generally once a month as a leadership team, but now we have subcommittees that are formed and working, and we have employers sitting on these subcommittees because we need that perspective. We also have the Kentucky Center for Statistics because we have to have the data. We have to collect the data and then report the data in order to better meet the employer's needs. So it's growing. We're trying to have thoughtful and measured growth because we don't want it to get out of hand. But the ultimate goal is to have a system in place as administration change, as positions change, but the process remains. And this is something that hopefully new administrations cannot come in and just, well, that was the former administration, we're not going to do that anymore. It needs to be driven at the local and regional level, because if it works, and it has to be driven by the employers. The Kentucky Chamber of Commerce is a key partner in this overall initiative. We meet at the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce because they represent the employer community.
This is very exciting.
Yes, ma'am.
And
From a K-12 perspective, you know, we play the role of making sure that our students see they have the opportunity to explore what are the career opportunities in their county, in their region, but also too, can we provide more pathways that are directly lead into jobs in the local community. So, and how do we work with our advisory boards to make sure we're aligning with the vision for the region, for the Commonwealth too. So it's a beautiful alignment. It's from K all the way through to to employment.
And I think that employer engagement, and Julie and I were talking just briefly, the employers engaging in this process, because they're the ultimate beneficiary of the process, right? And one of the new partners that we brought on is called the Metals Innovation Initiative. And it's all, Kentucky has a very robust metals industry here in the state. And I think there are 9 partners in this, perhaps more. But and they may be competitors, but they're all working together for the good of the industry and looking at things of what jobs they have, what training, what candidates do they need. So, and I think one of the companies participates in their local school system, and they host birthday parties for students and things like that to expose the students to the company and to the industry. So that employer engagement is going to be really crucial because the demand is so great and the supply of workers is not as robust as the demand is. So that's something that the employers are going to have to be a key partner in all of this.
Also, too, to have those same employers, a part of our local accountability systems are being developed to help develop the portraits of a learner, to build the competencies that are needed in order to make sure that they're effective employees and just contributors to society. So all of this, all of what we're doing here really aligns so beautifully to make sure that we're serving our local communities, serving our Commonwealth, to make sure we're getting the workforce there, to make sure we have the communicator, collaborator, lifelong learners, all the things we talk about in our profile of a learner to make sure they're ready to go.
And as our commissioner would say, we're all in.
Yes, ma'am.
All in. Thank you so much, Secretary Link. It's, you fit right in. And we feel you're all in as well.
Well, we appreciate the support.
It is, it's really gratifying to see this networking and collaboration happen, but you have to be intentional about it. And you have to be clear about what it is you're trying to accomplish, because everybody's got work to do and, you know, on multiple fronts. But this is serving the economy that will support us all.
Yes, ma'am.
And create a peaceful community, because everybody's got good work to do. And so thank you. We appreciate your being here, and safe travel to your next venture, and look forward to seeing you soon.
I think there will be some barbecue in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Commissioner, we'd like to have your report.
Thanks so much, Chair Robinson. And again, it was good to see Secretary Link. Again, we've traveled in some circles with our pre-K, and you do an excellent job of leading those discussions. I just want you to know that.
Well, and I told him earlier, and we both accused each other of stalking one another because we were together last night, and then we're back together again today.
Not sure who's following whom.
That's right.
Who's following whom.
Right.
As far as the report from here, I do want to talk a little bit about, you know, this board gave me a charge when I became commissioner to make sure that I increased the Kentucky Department of Education's visibility and also build genuine, trusting relationships with our Kentucky educators, our administrators, students, families, and legislators. Recent efforts include meeting with the Kentucky General Assembly during the interim session. Some of these are one-on-one sessions. Some of them are group sessions. There's been a lot of talk about the new accountability model or the proposal to talk about local accountability and to see the excitement that's going on with that. Also continue collaboration with our Kentucky Board of Education and our EPSB chairs because we want to look at how do we enhance our educator workforce. Engagements with districts and schools and teachers, leaders ahead of the new school year. I have the opportunity earlier this week to be in Moorhead. I was at Rowland County as their keynote speaker. It still amazes me that I can look out in the crowd and see people that were actually my student when I was a teacher or people that I went to college with. I don't know how the gray hair happened, but it did. And it's just a joy to see people that maybe you've made a small impact on their life. So that's so much fun. I do get to see so many great things and get to share so many stories, and I won't go into a lot of those because I've shared a lot here, but the vibrant learning opportunities that are going on in our schools are absolutely amazing. I'll share one real quick, and Mr. Trimble, from your neck of the woods, their solar car work that they've been doing is phenomenal. But there's also in Somerset. Somerset's actually 2 years in a row, the National High School champion at Texas Motor Speedway. So, again, a lot of great things, and I could go on and on and on. But also, too, the KDE staff and I, we try our best to give timely and clear updates to our district partners. We met with district officials to review the June 30th U.S. Department of Education announcement regarding the withholding of specific elementary title program, ESEA title program funds. And you may not know this, we wrote a declaration of harm. I'm talking about we, the team here at KDE. We wrote a declaration of harm in support of the governor entering in the lawsuit over the federal title funds, the withholding. 23 other states in the District of Columbia entered into that, but that was a quick turnaround to support our students and our districts to make sure that they know that we're fighting for them. We're fighting for our kids to make sure that we have those funds. Now, we are thankful that those funds were released last week, or July 31st, August 1st, in that area. We're so thankful that they were released, and it really, you could, when we put out the information on a Friday, on August 1st, it was like you could almost hear the sigh of relief throughout the entire state. I will say that our title funds overall, I think every single title fund has been an increase. Of course, those are formulaic. It depends on the number of students, with the exception of our 21st Century, which is grant, Title 4B. I think the largest percentage increase that we had would be under migrant education, Title 1C. And that, I think we had over $1 million increase from 7 to a little over $8 million increase. That was the largest percentage. Of course, we have other amounts of money that are larger because it impacts all districts, but we have received notifications on all title funds. With Title 2A, I think Mickey is the only one that we've received part of it, but that's typical. That's for us to receive a first installment already, and we're looking at the rest of it in September, October in that area. So that's normal. So just want to make sure everyone realizes that we have received notifications of all of our title funds. Also, too, in response to Senate Bill 181, we had our team here. We all have heard districts talk about Senate Bill 181, and that's the Traceable Communications Bill. We've put out, I think, over 10 pages of guidance for our districts to make sure that they have some clear guidance as we go through. I will say that the OAG opinion and what was released aligns very closely. There's maybe some little minor interpretations could be different, but it aligns closely with what the guidance we've put out with districts, and we continue to answer questions about that. We have been invited with other K groups to talk about what it would look like to amend 181 to be maybe a little better fit for our district. So those are some things that we've been working on from a legislative standpoint. Also, too, as you remember, the COVID relief funding, we had the rescission of the rescission, if you will, that actually released $56 million in ESSER projects. It was rescinded on March 28th, and then we did receive that funding. I think we've spent, actually we really received requests for a large portion of that. I think we're around probably 70%, maybe more, that has been sent after or spent since we've had that rescission lifted, if you will. Also, too, we'll talk a little bit more here shortly, but the Kentucky Auditor of Public Accounts did release the details of their $1.2 million special examination. I want to applaud the members of KDE here for their flexibility. It was highlighted in the audit of how not only flexible but also diligent that the team here was to be as transparent as possible, to give all information, to try their best to give a clear picture of where we are, and also, too, treating this as a learning opportunity as we move forward. How can we grow? What are some things that we can change? And we'll highlight some of that here shortly for you. We were given great feedback from staff and school officials from across the state. There were a lot of positive comments from districts of how we work together with districts across the state. Now, again, there are recommendations where we feel like we need to make some changes, and it's a good opportunity for us. But we're always focused on continuous improvement. Please know, we are focused on continuous improvement, and we look forward to more opportunities for growth as we move forward. Also, too, I have some exciting opportunities to talk to you about the Kentucky School for the Blind. I think, do we have some slides with it? Yes, we do. At the Kentucky School for the Blind, they had a summer enrichment programs that include a variety of activities focused on assistive technology, orientation, and mobility. and then in independent living skills. Field trips include tours of historic Louisville Water Tower to learn how water from the Ohio River becomes water they drink at school. 23 students from KSB worked at the Louisville Zoo and the Kentucky Kingdom this summer in partnership with the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation. The Kentucky School for the Deaf recently held a summer program for elementary and middle school students with future deaf scientists as their theme. The program included several field trips and students participating in hands-on activities where they created slime, made salamanders, practiced American Sign Language, hand shapes, and dyed shirts. KSD also held an agricultural camp for high school students. And also, too, we have a partnership with the University of Kentucky to allow some of our students work within the hospital. So there's a lot of great opportunities going on there at the Kentucky School for the Deaf and Blind. In our Office of Technical and Education, Career and Technical Education, we call OCTE, is shared the impressive outcomes from the Area Technology Center's Career and Technical Education programs, which continue to deliver meaningful opportunities for student success and workforce readiness. You can see some of our statistics here as you look forward, look at on the screen. Talks about our readiness rate. The ATC Career Readiness Rate reached an outstanding 67.99%, a clear indicator that ATC students are gaining skills and competencies needed to thrive in today's job market. ATC students earned 5,350 industry-recognized certifications demonstrating achievement in high-demand career fields. And the ATC also saw 536 articulated end-of-program assessments completed. In addition, 2,682 ATC students were enrolled in CTE dual credit programs, giving them a head start on college and career credentials while still in high school. Hands-on, vibrant learning experiences remain a core component of our CTEs and our ATCs, with 155 work-based learning opportunities offered to connect classroom knowledge with real-world practice. And the ATC supported a strong pipeline of future professionals with a total of 8,721 students identified as CTE concentrators and completers. That being said, Chair Robinson, this concludes my report, and I'll entertain any questions that I may be able to answer or come back to you with answers later at a later date.
Bless your heart. Thank you so much. It's really interesting. We've got the data, and now let's open the floor for questions for the commissioner. Comments? I do want to say that, Commissioner, it's really gratifying to see that we are making good on the promise to partner and to leverage the opportunities across the system of government and service in Kentucky on behalf of our economic development, which is all our interest. I really commend you for that, and I'm wondering if we might get ready for a more respectful representation of our ideas of how to improve the education workforce with the coming session of the General Assembly. We know that that is of interest, but it concerns me that if we don't have something on the offense, we'll be on defense in all likelihood. So I'd appreciate maybe at the next meeting we talk more about that. Or and later on in this meeting when we go through our legislative proposals. Other comments? Yes, Holly.
So I need a little more context. Like, so these numbers are 23, 24. Are they up? Are they down? What are we on track for this for 24, 25? Like, what?
I think we have Dr. Hargis, I think, is online. Dr. Hargis, can you help me out with some of those questions, please?
I will do my best. Thank you for the question. The reason that we have shared the 23-24 is because the 25 data is not yet finalized. It hasn't been scrubbed, and districts have not had a chance to go back and correct anything. And of course, this is for the ATCs, but it's the same premise. So we are on track. And one of the things that we're doing is This fall, the Office of Career and Technical Education is going to be working on measurable objectives and goals that we can roll out to the state for benchmarks for everyone to work toward as far as post-secondary readiness numbers. So we are on track, and I don't have the numbers directly in front of me from the previous year, but I do believe that they are up if I'm remembering correctly. So we're not satisfied though with that 60 some percent. There's with all of the different options that are available, and I'm actually quoting a school, a local district that said this, there's really no reason for any school to be below 100% as far as post-secondary readiness. So we want to ensure that we are promoting this to everyone, not just the ATCs, because we want those numbers up and we want districts and the area technology centers to take advantages of the opportunities that await students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Khan?
Is there a site or someplace where we can see what the distribution of the industry certifications are in what areas?
Okay, I'm not sure if that's listed that way in the school report card, but ironically, we did have a meeting yesterday with our data team because we are putting together, hopefully, a data dashboard. Because again, school districts, they have their data days that they can go in and they can look at it and analyze it to see where they need to improve. So we want the same thing for the general public regarding career and technical education. So we are working on that. I don't believe it's publicly available at this point, but that is something, again, that we're striving for.
So Commissioner, perhaps we can come back at a later point and address the issue of the distribution of credentials across. Yes, Julie.
So how are we looking as far as like staffing at our ATCs? Because prior to being on this board, I was on the advisory committee for one of our ATCs. And we constantly struggled with staffing. And the reason being so is the people who would teach in these professions are professionals out in the field, and they could not compete dollar-wise to bring them in. And so, like when we were looking at shutting one of the programs down at the school, which was very much needed. Also, they're limited by space at a number of these ATCs. Like they could enroll way more students if they had bigger facilities.
Well, you're exactly right, and the problems still exist. We've taken a couple of different, we're starting a couple of different measures, hopefully that will address some of this. First and foremost, we're looking at trying to simplify qualifications for teachers to enter the field from business and industry. We're also looking at salaries, and we do have a legislator who has asked, we've had a couple of legislators that's asked us to dive into this. So we have put a work group together, and we will be meeting hopefully on August, I believe it's the 27th, and to go through and say, this is the problem. This is what we want to address. And then to, tell them ideas that we've already examined, see if we can get some other ideas put on the board. And we tried to recruit to this work group from, a different variety of people. We actually have school board members, we have superintendents, we have teachers, and we are representing both area technology centers and local districts because it's not just an ATC problem. The districts are struggling as well. We will also be analyzing, we're in the process of doing it, but because of the procedural piece of it, it will take us a while, as always, but we are looking at our salary schedule. It is based on the 156 salary schedule, which relates to the area technology centers and the teachers and administrators. It's based on the salary schedules from across the state. Now, we do not have that final list of the 25-26 salary schedules from all of the local districts, but we will be looking at that and making comparisons, and then also trying to adjust for the 3% salary increase that was legislated and went into effect July 1st. So it's very difficult to do this because there's always going to be someone that's really not happy. It's either too high for some districts or it's too low for other districts. And so it can cause some morale issues within the district. So we're trying to find that happy medium that's going to help recruit the instructors and yet not cause additional issues for the districts.
And to add to that, currently, if you look at our CAP system, talking about teacher vacancies, we can't get valid data from that CAP system. So this time last year, we did a survey of districts to say what type of instructors are we short in, what's the percentage of positions filled, and we're putting together that same survey for this year. I think it was either September or October last year. I think it might have been October that I did a report to IJCE on the teacher vacancies that have not been filled at that point, and we're going to put that data together again, and it will also include what CTE positions, what the percentage of those are not filled also too. So we'll have some comparison data.
Other questions?
Just a quick
Howard,
question.
yeah.
The summer programs at the School for the Deaf and School for the Blind, are they open only to the residents of those schools or Kentucky students that are serviced in their school districts? Are they invited to come to that summer programming?
I'm pretty sure that the KSB team invites eligible students who can come to Louisville for the summer program, based on a conversation I had with Principal Morrison at graduation. But that's something we could also check with Greta. I don't see her online.
She's in Washington today, so
Okay.
we'll check with Greta.
Thank you.
I also, Dr. Hargis, apologies if you would pop back on for just a minute. I'm really fascinated by Dr. Todd's question about the data and then your comment about a data dashboard. Dr. Payton and I love the KY Stats site, and I see that there is their shell there. So if I went to one of Randy's schools, Connor High School, and I wanted to look at aerospace technology, I can find out that there are 26 students enrolled in that program. So I'm wondering, as you all think about your dashboard, if we can coalesce that and align that with the work that KY Stats is doing around these data, that would be super powerful as an engine for those of us that are really delving into workforce questions these days. I'd love to see that interface so as to not live outside what KY Stats is doing in that regard. So while it wouldn't answer Lee's question about how many completers we have in aerospace, I can tell him right now that we have 26 9th through 12th graders at Connor High School in the program. So you're probably already thinking along those lines, but just a bug in your ear in terms of the interoperability of those dashboards.
Yes, ma'am, you are spot on. We, in our brainstorming session yesterday, we actually talked about that. And we know that the school report card houses a lot of our data from an annual perspective. But, you know, that we get questions routinely from either the General Assembly or from other constituents that want to know, but where are we today?
Yeah.
And so we're hoping to make this a little bit more up to date. And so, yes, we talked about that too, and aligning so that we want to ensure that we're pulling the same data. And so it doesn't matter where you get it. You know, if it's from KY Stats, the school report card, this data dashboard, you're going to get the same results unless it's just been updated, which would be noted. So thank you so much. And we actually did discuss that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Todd?
What KY Stats are you looking at?
It's kystats.org. It used to be called the Kentucky Center for Statistics. There you go. So kystats.org is their site. You will love it.
Yeah, no, I've been on that, but where do you go from there?
So this one is under their reports. This one was called Kentucky Career and Technical Education Employer Connector. So it was really just a little snooping around on my part that got me to that.
Okay.
And it's one of their standing reports. To Dr. Hargis's point, these are lagged by a year. Yeah. The school report card data are lagged by a year. So anything that they do that would be current, just in time, would be in addition to what KY Stats is able to produce.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Here, this is a fascinating aspect of this work. Thank you, Dr. Hargis. Thank you, Commissioner. That was a great report and prompted a lot of learning on our behalf. The next item on our agenda will take us into an examination of the auditor's report of KDE. So we are going to move now. I'll ask Vice Chair Young, and I will join the Commissioner and KDE's Deputy Commissioner and General Counsel Todd Allen at the presenters table for discussion regarding the Auditor of Public Accounts 2025 Special Report. Commissioner Fletcher will open this discussion.
Again, we look forward to the opportunity to share with you some of the things that we've looked at in our audit. And this presentation that you have has a lot of, it's more specific to what the board functions are and related to it. But I do want to give you just a brief overview of some of the other topics that we're looking at as priorities, and I'll just give you a few of those listed. But also, I want you to realize that the Kentucky Department of Education leadership team and also members within the leadership team within other offices, we're going through to see which of these recommendations have already been resolved, and some of them were actually resolved maybe even before the report was completed. Also identifying the ones that are pending, that we're in the process of addressing, and then there's some that we just don't agree with, and that's a part of the audit itself, our response to the audit. But just to kind of give you an overview of things that that across the department that we're looking as prioritizing as next steps. One of the very first one includes improvements in district facilities with our branch operations, our processes, our flexibility, including working with legislators on how can we maybe even change the district facilities funding process. So those are some priorities that we're working on with OFO. And one of the findings also talked about the nickel tax and how that's outdated. Another one is bringing back, and Dr. Hargis alluded to this, bringing back that strategic planning process, particularly in CTE. This is something that they've had before, but they want to look at measurable goals in CTE. What are some goals that we have throughout, and what does that look like in working with our districts to reach those goals?
We might want to catch those slides up, Glyptosan, please.
Oh, this is not on the slides.
Oh, okay,
This is things I've added.
Oh,
So,
thank you.
yeah, I've added some things here before the slides, and I can get you copies of this.
Gotcha.
But I did want to provide just a little bit of other priorities other than what you're going to see on here, but I'll go through those slides here shortly too. But also we want to work with legislators on how we're looking at supplemental funding for ATCs. That's another priority as we move forward from a recommendation within this report. Refine special education monitoring. That's another priority for us, and what support process to ensure the system is focused on improving educational and functional outcomes for students with disabilities. Providing resources for districts for our ELL population. One of the things that we talked about even before the audit started is we don't feel like we have enough resources. We did not have the personnel to help our growing population of ELL students. So we've actually hired, we're offering a position to a gentleman to help with that work now, and I think he's out of Bowling Green, as a matter of fact, so we're looking forward to that. Also, to enhance our model curriculum framework guidance documents based on educator feedback and explore other options to support districts with the implementation process of the model curriculum framework. There's been a lot of talk about NAEP, but we're also looking at how to utilize NAEP as one of our many alignment tools, not the only, but our alignment tools, especially as it relates to science results in the next steps, and then looking at math and reading later on. Revising and updating our website was another priority that we're looking at. Modernizing our inventory process, and also utilizing the special assistants. Something that we should be going out in communications this week is talking about handling the volume of communication with the commissioner. Again, not trying to set up barriers, just having other opportunities. Sure. So we have expanded that to 4 special assistants. There will be 1 for each of 2 co-ops to work with superintendents, to work with the co-op directors on what type of recommendations or things or issues that are being that are going on in our district. So again, that's something you're going to see outside of this report, but we're trying to focus more on some things that pertain directly to this group. So again, those are some of our priorities and next steps. Just wanted you to see that, and Chair Robinson had asked me to share that with you earlier on. So first slide, please. As some background, the Office of Auditor of Public Accounts shall conduct a special examination, and you can see what all that includes. I won't read the slide to you, but again, it shall assess the extent to which the department complies with statutory mandates and requirements. Also, House Bill 825, it states that the APA shall conduct special examinations to assess the Kentucky Department of Education's operational effectiveness. So this, I think, is around about 10 months. We went through several interviews with all departments, with all offices, and also with the commissioner. I think I was around 6 or 7 interviews myself with the team to talk about where we are, what we're doing, and what are some next steps. Next slide, please. And as stated on the bottom there, one of the areas that was actually listed was the state oversight of the Commissioner of Education as one of the areas. And I think most of you were interviewed also too. On August 5th, we had our first meeting with the Department of Education and the Auditor of Public Accounts in 2024. Yes, a little over a year ago with our first meeting. And it says that they may contract with an entity. As a matter of fact, they contracted with PCG, the Public Consulting Group, and that information was released on October 15th, 2024. So PCG has conducted this type of audit in other states. I think Alabama would be one that comes to mind, that they've done a special examination similar to this in other states. Next slide, please. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, there's several interviews, surveys, document reviews that went on. There was interviews with all of the executive leadership team, as well as division level leaders. There were focus groups held within KDE from every branch. There were interviews with the 12 members of the Board of Education. There were 9 virtual focus groups with superintendents. As a matter of fact, I think they only had 2 or 3 of these open, but they had such a response from superintendents, they expanded it to 9. I took that as a good sign that they wanted to help us and have input. I thought that was very promising. As a matter of fact, one of the representatives said we've never had to expand, especially to this extent, to have superintendents to be a part of this work. Also, too, we had 87 interview and focus groups with 289 total participants. There were surveys, and you can see all the people that were surveyed. And we had over 1,063 responses, which is an overall 62% overall response rate for the people that were asked for surveys. The documents and data, there was over 2,050 documents that were either provided and reviewed by APA. Next slide, please. We did receive a preliminary report on June 6th. We had the opportunity to provide our response, noting any errors or omissions and recommended edits. I want to say that on page maybe 472 of the audit begins our rebuttal, if you will, of what we felt were, again, there was just some things that we didn't agree with and we thought were incorrect, but there were some other things that we felt that need to be revised. So we provided 80 or so pages of rebuttal also too, so you have the opportunity to look at that too. There were 174 total recommendations. Again, 174 total recommendations. There are 8 recommendations of the state oversight of the commissioner, also 15 recommendations of the oversight of the Kentucky School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf, and 7 recommendations as it relates to interscholastic athletics. And then we do have to provide within 60 days of the audit a report on the auditor's report that will go back to the LRC that will talk about the audit recommendations that we have implemented and the audit recommendations that have not, and then what our progress will be. And there are some, for example, I'll mention one. There was a recommendation to have a chief of staff for the commissioner. And I really feel that if you look at the description that they gave, I do feel that Deputy Commissioners Woods, Tucker, and also Allen fulfill those roles. So that's something I don't personally plan to fulfill. But again, as it goes through, there were some recommendations we just didn't agree with. And there were many that we do, and we're looking at this as an opportunity to grow. Total, $1.2 million. There was no allocation for that. That had to come out of KDE's budget at again, $1.2 million. Next slide, please. You can see the recommendations by area. with the exceptional children and also Department of Operations having the largest number of recommendations. I think we were around 28 in operations in that neighborhood, all the way down to with our DEIB, we had, I think, one recommendation, or DEI. And again, there was a very short section on that also too. Fiscal overview is also a small number of recommendations in that area. Next slide, please. Something to keep in mind as you look at these recommendations, there's some things that, again, we cannot, we have to have the help of the General Assembly. If you look at, and some of them will require substantial amount of funding. One recommendation, it talks about our website. We should update and reorganize the department's website for a consistent look and feel. We're working on that, but that will cost some funds as we move forward. But also, too, one that we agree with, but KDE should offer physical office space for privacy and protections for those in legal services. We're working with with OFO on how we can try to accomplish that as much as we can. But again, the building is what it is, and we have to deal with that. And also already talked about the new chief of staff role. That would, again, require funding to move forward with. Next slide, please. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, there are some that require General Assembly action. For example, the KDE should explore ways to allow ATCs, KSD, and KSB to procure goods and services similar to how school districts would do instead of how KDE does. Again, we would need help with the General Assembly to make that change. Also to work with the Personnel Cabinet to determine how the hiring process for 18A employees can be improved. And this is something that Matt and his team has been looking at already. But again, we would need some help from the General Assembly to change statute. Also, KDE would explore options to improve the facilities funding system. As I talked about a little bit earlier, I think the phrase was used, the nickel system might have been antiquated, might have been the term that was used. But in order to make that change, we have to have some help with the General Assembly, from the General Assembly. As a matter of fact, we have charged the Superintendent Advisory Council to look into how other states are funding their facilities. So there's some work with the advisory councils on what some recommendations that we can have with legislators moving forward. Next slide, please. And I think that we have Chair Robinson is going to take over our bright spots here, our noteworthy accomplishments that we're very proud of.
Yeah, well, I do want to just emphasize that I asked the commissioner to open this up with, to create so that you would understand the department is continuing to work on the recommendations in this report to make certain that we have the understanding and the opportunity to be updated on the conclusions of that work, because we have the responsibility for that whole report. While there are certain recommendations that relate to the board that Lou will cover, we are the stewards. And the commissioner, I was fascinated by the work that he described as they are going through this report to make certain we not miss a learning opportunity, to make certain we not miss an opportunity to clarify misinformation, and to make certain we are all on the same page with respect to our opportunity for continuous improvement. And as you begin any process of continuous growth and learning, you always have to take note of what your foundation is looking like. And I was impressed to see that the audit report did note several things that represent a pretty strong foundation for being able to grow this organization and to grow our capacity to serve our students. So there were actually 26 observations of noteworthy accomplishments in the report. Those to me just represent our foundation and our strength, and should be points of encouragement, and we should reference those in order to understand what more do we bring forward. it was impressive to me that KDE leaders and board members felt that the commissioner had hit the ground running with respect to an important objective that we wanted to see addressed, and that was our relationship with the General Assembly. It is especially important to note that the KDE staff feel as though they have a role clarity, they have support, they have the resources that they need to get the work done that is assigned to them, and that the culture here is a very positive one, that folks are, morale is high. This is following a transition, not immediately following a transition, but those are very vulnerable periods in organizational development, and morale has remained high with the staff here at the agency. We can go forward. Superintendents feel as though they have a partner in supporting their work with high-quality high-quality resources from the department. They feel that the department is a good listener and understands how to be responsive to the needs they have closer to the ground, to families and communities that they have to that they serve. And I thought it was really interesting that the note was taken. The resources contribute positively to student success. Now, huge. And I believe when we talk about goals, just fair warning, I'm going to ask us to challenge ourselves to see how we can identify more precise metrics to understand the dimensions to which we are contributing positively to student success. Because we want to know what we're doing right so we can do more of it, just as we want to know what we're doing wrong. So the other very interesting note concerned the way we conduct our business, that we do so in a manner that is respectful, professional, and I think the commitment to our role is a commitment to our students. So that's important to take note as we take on some difficult stuff. As we take on our own challenges, we know what it is that we have going for us, and from whence cometh our strength. So thank you for the chance to share this perspective with you. Now, how we can get better.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I'm really glad that Sharon paused to just lean into the kudos, the accomplishments that we have achieved and were recognized appropriately in the report. At the same time, there was a lot to be learned. So I would say to our viewing audience and to you, my board colleagues, that one of the things I urge you to do is to read the report itself. The tenor of the report was extremely supportive. It was, I believe, in keeping with the expectations of the General Assembly when they mandated the report, and we found it to be extremely helpful on lots of fronts. I had a tantrum or two as I read the report, and I was like, you have to just realize that the PCG folks who were here, they were here for a long time. They got a lot of information, but they don't walk in our shoes. They don't live in our spaces. So there were things that we wanted to point out in the response to the report, as well as to call out in a public conversation. So after we finish this set of slides, please know that we'll pause and hear from you about any perceptions or questions or sticky note highlights you have in your notebook from the report, and we will pause and spend some time in that conversation. But specifically, remember, our slice of this work is around the state board's oversight of the Commissioner of Education. That's our statutory policy responsibility. That's the role that we serve. So recommendation 4.1.A, as you'll see here, is that the Commonwealth should consider adding at least one business community member to the board. First, let's get really clear. These are gubernatorial appointments. So it is Governor Bashir who appoints us to the board, and then we stand for confirmation in front of the Senate. We did note that there are experienced business folks on this board. I would point out that Secretary Link is here as the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Education for a reason. Today and at every board meeting, I have not yet been to a board meeting when we did not discuss economic development and workforce. I would also note that Julie Pyle is an entrepreneur and business owner of Parent Camp LLC. If you hadn't heard, Lee Todd had this little company called DataBeam that Microsoft bought, and is an acclaimed entrepreneur and businessman of note in our community. On the Kentucky United We Learn Council, we tended to the community, business, and industry needs of our communities and have a strong voice and representation across the council of folks who are engaged in this work on a day-to-day basis. Because we do believe that noting the importance of business perspective on this board is critical, but we also believe that we have tended to that and will continue to do so. I'm not being a contrarian. I'm just pointing out that there are some obvious things that we do bring to the table. I can't miss Dr. Pate's absolute clarity and strong, strident voice around workforce development. As our lead on high school transformation, I've yet to be in a meeting with him when he hasn't said, where are the workforce data? What are the business and industry needs by region? So a very strident voice in that regard. We've just welcomed Harold McKinney to our team, a retired, respected county judge executive who brings the perspective of not only an employer in his community, but also the perspective of county government and that work. So I would just remind those of us who, as we think about the report, that we are not monoliths. I would call myself an educator, but I would also call myself a mom. I would also call myself a professor, higher ed versus P-12. We all have lots and lots of experiences that we bring to the table and those perspectives. We will, however, ensure that we pass along this information to the governor's office, that this recommendation, to the governor's boards and commissions team, that this recommendation is on the table. And you know, we do have a vacancy now, so that will help us in guiding the selection of the next appointee as we move forward. The second one around the board should set and adhere to a regular schedule for self-assessment. Yeah, we absolutely should. We've only conducted one board self-assessment in the 6 years that I've been on the board. It was extremely helpful, but that was when almost all of us were brand new. It was in the first couple of years of my service on the board, and I'm now in year 6. Dr. Robinson has already reached out to the National Association of State Boards of Education. They do provide that service. They helped us do our first self-assessment in 21. And so, yes, we think that we might even want to consider as a board a policy change that requires us to conduct a self-assessment at least once every couple of years. For example, I know lots of local boards of education do that, and so we will actually be scheduling that with NASB for this coming fiscal year. The third recommendation, the board should create measurable and actionable goals. We've talked about that a lot. A lot of us cut our teeth on SMART goals and lots of strategic planning approaches. I will tell you that this meeting today, as every August meeting since I've been on this board, devotes time to setting goals for us as a board. We have, however, taken on a personality as a board that is very aspirational. We are very much a big picture board. We hire a commissioner whom we trust to administer the agency. And so we have brought to this table a big vision for public education in Kentucky, and that is Kentucky United We Learn. So I don't think you could accuse us of not having goals and not acting on those goals. But in a very strict understanding of measurability, I think it's time. I think we're ready as a visionary, big picture kind of board to start putting some metrics around the goals that we'll be talking about today. Dear Karen Dodd has already reached out to say, we're ready. We're ready to help you build that kind of strategic agenda around your goals. We're not asking any of us to back off of big ideas around vibrant learning, innovation, and deep community engagement. But what would some more specificity and measurability around those goals look like? And I think as a board, we're ready to move forward in that regard. Next slide, please. The fourth recommendation is that the board should execute its oversight role by engaging in meaningful discussions and providing critical feedback during board meetings. Dr. Poe's comments resonated really powerfully with me this morning because in this past 6 years, I can't tell you how many meaningful discussions and how much critical feedback I've engaged in as a part of this board. Does it happen in front of the camera within the confines of the agenda of the day? Not always, and certainly not to the extent that we would like it to. But when it comes to all action, of course, that's happening inside the light of day as required by open meetings. But there are lots and lots of meaningful conversation that happen intra-board, interboard, and across the Commonwealth with us that inform us as we take those actions inside our board meeting. However, in conjunction with 4.5A, as we discussed earlier today, we really need to free up ourselves in terms of time constraints to have more meaningful conversation as part of the work that we do on a day-to-day basis. Hence, those January, March additional meetings, as we discussed a little bit earlier. So we thought the two of those kind of came together very critically. I would say that I do want to publicly note on 4.4A, however, that this board has not been a board, while we have had very little strife and very rare dissent other than a unanimous vote. This board is not a rubber stamping board. There is not a person on this board that I think I can just talk them into something. The conversations, in fact, are critical, are meaningful, and we make good decisions based on a lot of very kind, respectful, collegial conversation. So I would want to eschew any notion that we've, kind of mindlessly gone about our business. And I'm sure that's not what the PCG folks intended. In fact, I will say I saw two of the PCG consultants at Education Commission for the States, and they were extremely complimentary of the work happening in Kentucky. And it was a real delight to hear some kind of post-process feedback from them as well. 4.6A, KDE should ensure all meeting presentations and other relevant documents are shared ahead of time. I don't know of a time when we've ever broken our own rule there. We do use the KSBA portal. All of our meeting materials are available at least 7 days in advance of the meeting, which is required by our own policy. And that may be my last one. Nope, no, sorry. 4.7A, addressing major matters that relates to Kentucky public education. And so these were two examples. The first, NAEP results. As Dr. Fletcher mentioned earlier, we do think NAEP results are important. As you know, it's a very small subsection of students who are randomly selected by the National Assessment for Educational Progress on any given year. And those results are not returned to the student or to the school or to the district, but they do aggregate at the state level. NAEP is the school's report, what's called the nation's school report card. It's important data. We did push all of that information out, not only publicly, but to you as board members in advance of the public release of NAEP data. But perhaps this past year, I honestly don't recall, perhaps this past year we did not make have a public discussion of the NAEP results. But as Dr. Fletcher mentioned, we'll make sure that we capture those all the time. It's important information that should be shared. It sounds like. Regarding the Kentucky Student Voice Team litigation, those of you who were on the board at the time will recall that we did conduct that conversation in executive session as allowed by Kentucky law. Kentucky statute allows for us to go into closed session for the purposes of discussing pending or existing legal litigation. And we did have that conversation. Did we come back and then have an open conversation about that? No, because we availed ourselves of the closed session opportunity to have that discussion. And quite frankly, under advice of counsel throughout my career in school leadership, it's been advised that while litigation like that is underway, that it's best to rely on the process as we move forward and frankly to avoid conversation there. Dr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Dr. Young. I want to go back to the NAEP results. We did have press release throughout the state on our NAEP results, how they compared to the rest of the nation. We did put that out to everyone. And again, as looking at using NAEP as one of the alignment pieces for our science results, our math results, is something
Sure.
that as we move forward with our standard setting, that's something we sure to include. Again, we did have a press release. Did we discuss it here specifically in our
I
board
think
meeting?
timing was a little bit off. I do also want to eschew the notion that we were like dusting the NAEP results under the rug. That wasn't the case at all. It was
Matter of
in the
fact,
light
we
of day
had, we
publicly.
had one of the, one of the most statistically significant increases in mathematics in the fourth grade, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we
Yeah.
discussed that in length the year prior because,
Yeah,
we talked about the bias and everything. And
I think
as
we
you
missed
said, why
it. Yeah.
why we wouldn't report the great increases
Yeah.
from last year would be just.
exactly. But those were the two examples that they cited that confounded a little bit. But I think the message here is, as we move forward with our new meeting format, more conversation is always better in the process, and hopefully we will free up the time and opportunity to do just that. Lastly, KDE should provide the board with a summary of results by grade and subject area disaggregated around student achievement. We have committed to doing that with state assessment and accountability on an annual basis. We did check meeting minutes for 24, 23, 22, and 21. We will do that again with the public release of data that coincides with our regular meeting or now a new virtual meeting when those assessment results are out. Rhonda Sims, Jennifer Stafford, and team wouldn't let us get out the door without the conversation about detailed, disaggregated results of state assessment and accountability. So we believe we are living up to both the spirit and the expectation of that recommendation. I'm not really sure why we were pinged there, so. And then the next slide is, still one more. School for the Blind and School for the Deaf. A lot of really good food for thought in the APA report around our role as the Board of Education for the Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf, along with our area technology centers. I relish that part of our job. I love being on campus at KSD and KSB whenever I get a chance to be there. It's a very important, albeit somewhat ceremonial part of our role. But in terms of statute and regulation, we serve as their Board of Education. They admonish us to be more consistently informed about the work. We were prescient in our expectation there because you may recall that 2 years ago, we established one of our standing committees as that of the State Schools Committee. So we were really ahead of this recommendation in that we now have every one of our standing committee meeting agenda items. We break into a group that oversees under Dr. Poe's chairmanship that oversees Kentucky School for the Blind, Kentucky School for the Deaf, and the area technology centers. Could we do that better? Absolutely. We will continue to do that better. And perhaps this will morph into something even more than the State Schools Committee. I know I lament sometimes being in the United We Learn Committee and not being able to be on the State Schools Committee. And when I was on the State Schools Committee, I lamented not being on the United We Learn Committee. So we've got some things that we can figure out how to do better. But I don't believe that, we in any way shy away from or shirk away from our responsibilities of oversight of those two state schools. And please remember that we have in the past conducted State Board of Education meetings on site at KSB and KSD. You saw that we have another such meeting scheduled for the 25-26 school year, and Dr. Hargis consistently reminds us, please come to an area technology center as well. We went to Logan County Career and Technical Center in October of 23, and we'll be looking to add an ATC in that rotation as well, again, in an effort to be visible and on-site in our state schools as much as possible. And I would also note that Diane Woods is always at a school, always visiting. Holly's always at a school, and Diane tries to specifically to as many ATCs as possible. So that's one of those things that we can also kind of individually spread out our visibility, love, and attention across our state schools as well. So a lot to be learned. I'll close before I toss it to Todd about KHSAA by saying that lots and lots of good nuggets from which we can always learn and improve as we move forward. And we will take all of that and do as well as we can, as Dr. Robinson says, in the stewardship of our responsibility as the state board.
Thank you. We've also included here an overview of the recommendations related to KHSAA because, as you all know, that entity is designated by this board as the agent to manage middle and high school interscholastic athletics. There were 7 total recommendations for KHSAA. They recommended that they put together a process for tracking and reporting to the KBE on all of the Title IX complaints that they receive, that they provide more comprehensive annual reporting to the KBE, so not just their regulation updates and not just the Title IX investigations that they've done, but a comprehensive report on the management and state of affairs at KHSAA. And then they also added this one, that KHSAA takes some action on preventing, mitigating abuse by coaches, including centrally tracking investigations regarding abuse. As Dr. Fletcher mentioned earlier, the department has to respond within 60 days from the date that the audit report was released with our responses to every single one of the recommendations. We've provided all of these to KHSAA and asked them to provide to us their draft responses to each of the recommendations for them, and we'll include those responses in our ultimate response back. You've also seen me taking some notes throughout this conversation to capture your all's feedback in the specific responses related to the board. We'll include that in our response back as well. So at this point, I think it's a great time for conversation and feedback.
I'm going to open the floor. Please indicate your interest in commenting, questioning, offering suggestions as to how you would like to see us proceed.
Just my comment and comment on the notes on special ed. A lot of those that I read were, once again, the information the individuals didn't know that was conflicted to federal regulation. So I don't want anybody leaving here thinking our special education department is not doing its job and doing it very well, because a lot of those are in conflict with federal statutes that the recommendations were for, that we cannot do, or we would be in non-compliance with federal requirements.
So that was that's one aspect of some of the recommendations that we found discomforting because they were in conflict with other requirements, and there were a few that were just plain old wrong. But we will make note of those in our official response. So thank you for.
Yeah, because a lot of things we were recognized from the federal government of being excellent in, but it was reported as a conflict.
Exactly.
So I think that needs to be on record too, that I think our special ed department, one of the things that several of us chair, and we look for great oversight in that, and they do an excellent job. And we were just rewarded from the federal government on that. To see the same non-compliance areas was very concerning to me.
We've had, I think, 16 consecutive years of no findings in our state. And so that's excellent work, not only by OCO, our department, but also to our staff members throughout, our teachers throughout the Commonwealth. So 16 consecutive years. And I want to say there's only 2 or 3 states. I know Kansas is another, Kentucky, and Greta is intent on beating Kansas. So, but with that being said, I think it's 16 consecutive years. I think it's noted, I think they said maybe 11. They missed a few years in there, but it's been, I believe, 16 years if I'm correct.
Right. And it shows up on the graph as their second largest concerns.
Yes.
And it's just not the case.
Yes.
Just wanted to point that out for our special ed department.
Just.
But, I mean, hearing so much of this, we've got a chance to respond to 174
recommendations.
Do we have reasonable expectation to think that number is going to be drastically reduced, or before this is finalized, is there that chance? I mean, are we expecting to go down in the total number?
Well, we've made our rebuttal, and it was included, but our process right now, we're going through where things have already been resolved, and we're making note, these are the recommendations that have already been resolved. these are pending, and these are ones that we feel like that we don't agree with. And Todd's put together a spreadsheet for everyone in the department, our leadership team, to go through and divide that up into doing that. So the recommendations are 174, but we have the opportunity to disagree with those. Todd, anything you want to add?
Yeah, so the number is what it is. It's not going down. We responded to a draft report that they provided to us back in late June and pointed out errors, omissions, things that we think they got wrong at that point in time. They made some changes, but typically they wouldn't remove a recommendation. They may just tweak some of the language in it. So the number that we have is the number that we will respond to.
Ultimately, I guess we get to, that's going to seem like a really big number to a lot of folks. We're also being proactive in communicating with constituent groups, just to make sure that everybody understands that, you know, I don't even know how to really say it, but I feel like we ought to be proactive to let people know that a lot of this isn't even right. But we're working on it. We're taking it as a chance to grow. I mean, we're approaching it with the right attitude. But there's going to be some folks hear this and think, what's going on?
That's part of our answer back. You know, these are the things that we disagree, and this is the proof behind that. You know, even with, I'll make a reference to funds being raked back into the General Assembly budget. That process, you know, I'll give Matt Ross and Che Ritter and the group in an office finance and operations to pointing out the language that did not allow that.
Right.
So that's just one thing that
of many, yeah,
many.
Right.
Yeah.
But can we, I guess at the end of this process, so then when we respond back, can we as a board see these numbers, how they would be different from what we are actually going to be attacking versus what was identified? Because as just stated, if we can't do something about it, I don't want to be sitting over at a legislative meeting defending 174 violations, and I can see legislators doing that when there might have been truly 22 things that we're going after from this $1.2 million report that we were required to do. To show the inaccuracies maybe of 174 to what we actually have to do. Because I would hate to have to go through another session and them come back and say, we need to do a follow-up report to see whether they're doing this, and us spend $1.2 million out of taken away from children versus them funding.
So Todd, I'm wondering about, I really appreciate where Justin and Randy are going in this, but extrapolating from our official response in a tiered way in terms of a short report that we can make publicly available. Here are the actions that we are taking in direct response to the report. Here's a section on long-term. Here's a section on with support and advocacy from the General Assembly, whatever that might look like in such a way. I mean, we don't have to belabor we're not going to do these things because they're not right portion of it, but really a more proactive, tiered approach to our public about the way we're going to respond might be really helpful instead of just the big old massive technical response. What would that look like as a communication tool?
Okay. Yep.
I have a couple of quick questions. Does House Bill 825 authorize this to be done again, or is this a one-time authorization?
One time.
Okay. Do we have an independent internal auditor that reports directly to this board and bypasses the commissioner?
The department undergoes the statewide audit as part of all Commonwealth agencies, and that is reported to this board on an annual basis. It was actually reported at the last meeting. During our most recent statewide annual audit that is also conducted by the Auditor of Public Accounts, there were no findings for KDE.
Yeah, that's primarily like financial audit.
Right.
I'm looking at the extent to which the department complies with
Exactly.
statutory man. Do we have an independent auditor? And I'm not saying anything bad about you, understand that. We don't have an internal auditor that reports directly to this board, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I think that would be a better investment than a chief of staff, you know, to be honest with you. Not trying to be smart or anything.
I hear you.
Yeah, I appreciate that because what we're looking for is how we can be better stewards.
Right.
And it is we will point out what is wrong and plain old not right. We will be clear about what we choose to not implement because we have a different management style. I am interested in hearing where are our opportunities here? And perhaps exploring an independent auditor within the department is something that I think we ought to learn more about. I want to learn more about. Other comments and suggestions, Steve?
The one thing that people keeps bringing up to me is the money that supposedly we didn't.
Right.
That we had. I mean,
That was a
as
soundbite.
hard times it is to get funding. And they say, well, you all didn't, you could have got a lot more funding if the millions of dollars you let get away from you. And I think we need to make sure that they understand specifically, that is not the case.
We would love for the Legislative General Assembly to put language into that if there's any excess funding that we could rec it back into transportation or, something to fulfill that. But again, we'll work with the General Assembly. We'll talk to them about those, about the recommendation. But again, we're in disagreement. And I think our Office of Financial Operations has done an excellent job of pointing out the reasons why we could not do that. Another thing that, just so you know, you do have oversight of the commissioners, you very well know. One of the recommendations within the report was to change the organizational structure to include possibly having the 2 deputy commissioners to be over maybe operations and maybe academics, 2 different areas. That's not the style that I utilize. I meet with every person on the leadership team. I meet with half on one Monday, the other half on the other Monday, direct reports to me, to talk about what are the priorities within that office. What are some maybe some questions they have of the commissioner? Maybe there's things that I may have a directive for each person, but that's my Monday. I also have a leadership team of how do we get together and look at cross agency. There were maybe, for example, we had a lot of discussions on title funding. How does that impact everyone across the agency? We had the ESSER rescission. We had conversations about that. We've had conversations about the assessment and accountability model over the past year with the entire leadership team. But what I do, and I've done this for years, is I try to meet one-on-one at least once every 2 weeks with everyone on staff to say, what exactly is going on in the Office of Education and Technology? Because one, I don't want to be surprised, and what gives me an opportunity to have input, and also gives the associate commissioner or director that opportunity to say, okay, Dr. Fletcher, this is something where we're going. Are we on the right path, on the right page? So not that I think that our 2 deputy commissioners do a fine job. They do a great job, but I prefer them to be able to come to me directly. Now, I will say there's a lot of questions that go to the Office of Legal Services, a lot that Todd handles, or things in Office Teaching and Learning that Thomas handles, that they'll come back and talk to me in a direct report, or something, they'll touch base with me. But again, to handle that, I do like having that opportunity to talk with my staff one-on-one on a regular basis.
I have a follow-up to Harold's question, which I think the internal auditor is a great idea, but let me ask you how, because a few years ago, our Office of our Chief Performance Officer operated differently than it does now. And at one particular time, it was about, when Dr. Holliday was here, about productivity and quality improvement. So I would like to see if we did do something, as Harold said, as an internal auditor, not necessarily just auditing different things, but how do we make improvements from those audits to have that recommendation back to the board? Because I know at that time when Dr. Holliday was here, if we had an issue in our particular district or whatever they analyzed for the state board, they had that data for a particular district. So if a district invited that chief performance officer in, they gave the good, the bad, and the ugly report. That's what an auditor does. I'd like to see that as part of what Harold was talking about there if we move in relationship there, because when we look at it as a whole, we also know what individual districts have. So if they're reporting back to us and a district wants that information, they can go out to do that. And that was being done until one commissioner that came after Dr. Holliday rearranged that and they were no longer available to the school. So if we have that, we need to have that available to the schools.
Other comments? I know this has been, it's a voluminous
A lot.
report. And it is tedious. But there's a lot of interesting information and you just, sometimes I just said, okay, gulp hard and go on to the next section because, I mean, there were many obvious distractions. I wondered why this was stated in the way that it was, but that wasn't my job. My job is to figure out what happens next. Where are the nuggets here? Where is the provocation and the inspiration for us to take next steps and improve? So I think we're beginning to understand where we have some opportunities. Commissioner?
I want to take an opportunity also, again, one more time to commend the leadership team here. That was the approach that the leadership team has had. There, of course, there's things that we disagree with, but every single associate commissioner, every single person on the leadership team looked for ways to improve. And we brought that into our meetings and our discussions. And the flexibility that they went through to make sure that they were available to be interviewed or any type of observation, they did a phenomenal job. But also too, the approach that they've taken. Okay, definitely this may have given us some heartburn. Absolutely disagree with this one comment, this recommendation, but this is an opportunity for us to grow. And I want to commend the department here and the leadership team for that.
So, colleagues, fellow board members, we have the organizational development, continuous improvement agenda underway. We will ask the commissioner to make certain we also have a communications plan ready so that we have the messaging articulated for the various audiences that will have an interest in our response to this. And let us not be naive. Let us also be prepared for those who may have their own intentions for their own interest in using this information. So we have a offense, which is our own interest, and we're ready to inform our constituencies as we should regarding what we're doing. And we're ready on defense if that should be required. Yes.
Chair
Yes,
Robinson,
Alfonso.
I have a question. Out of the 300 plus pages of this report, and I want actually to ask two questions about two different topics, but for the second one, I will put it to a bit later time because there's a lot more of information that I need to digest. But the one I wanted to ask specifically was about the preschool.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to ask Dr. Fletcher, what are your initial thoughts about what came through in the audit regarding preschool? And how do you envision, or what are your initial thoughts about how can that play with the current statewide campaign about pre-K for all? When I was reading some of these recommendations, it speaks to me very much as to how we are creating the system in this agency to support the effort that happen in the field. But at the same time that you create the system, you have to grow the people that are going to be working in this system. And as I don't know if my fellow board members may know, but pre-K professionals, early childhood educators, the turnover and also attracting those to the field, it's significantly lower than public teachers. So in light of what has transpired through the audit, in addition to your thoughts, what initiatives or what programs or what ideas have you come up with your team to address that? so that it can support the systems that you have been recommended to build in the agency.
That's the point of my being a part of the Pre-K for All committee and a part of those town halls. We're going across the Commonwealth to listen to ideas, to listen to support what's happening. You know, so many of our districts, some of our districts will have the capacity and have the facilities for Pre-K for All students, but there will be some districts that may have to do a partnership with a local entity, a local church or something of that nature on how do they make sure that this is an opportunity for all students. So once that report's finalized, I also have our team here at OSEAL to review that and say, what are some recommendations that we have? Now, I believe the court case that was cited in there really was more focused on individual vouchers for parents, and correct me if I'm wrong, Todd, as opposed to how do you look at funding for a system. So for us, we hope that the process includes funding going through the Kentucky Department of Education to make sure that we're meeting federal guidelines, state laws, but also working with our EPPs to say how can we build the workforce. Just like we're having the struggles with teachers at the secondary level, how do we make sure that we build that workforce? So again, as we move forward, maybe some alternate certifications. How does that look for IECE certified for that certification? And moving forward to help find out what the district's needs are. So again, the listening tours are going to be a big part. The function and looking at other states of how they implement this. And I read a data point. I think there's 42 states that has pre-K for all students available. 42 states. And I'm not sure why Kentucky's not a part of that. But with that being said, there's a lot of work that has to be done, and we have to work with our partners, whether it be EPPs or education providers, and also too, our education program providers, preparation providers.
Preparation.
I'll get it. So education preparation providers and others to make sure that we have that workforce together. Todd, anything you want to add to that?
And not just building our workforce, right, but also supporting them to ensure that they're gonna stay with us and that we take care of those professionals that are so critical. Because if we are able to get them ready at that level, imagine how much that's gonna pour later into kindergarten, first grade, second grade, right? So. One more thing, and speaking to what you were saying, Dr. Yan, and speaking to one of the recommendations for the board, how can I help? I live in Louisville. The Kentucky School for the Blind is very close to the school where I am. I would love to help in any way, shape, or form that I can, so please use me.
Thank you so much. And I know Mr. McKinney lives in Boyle County where KSD is. We would love to introduce you. And I think just like with your own local Board of Education members, schools are affirmed when board members take the time to visit and see, make an appointment first, of course. We don't want to drop in on folks in the middle of a busy day, but make those appointments, make those connections. Alfonso, they will love you. Peggy Sinclair Morrison is the principal at KSB. I'm happy to arrange for you to meet her, and you become their ally very quickly when they see that you care about the work that's happening there downtown Louisville. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Board members, we have a long agenda that has yet to be addressed, and they all are important items. So with your permission, I'm going to close the discussion on this topic at this moment and ask us to
But not
move-
forever.
But not forever. We will be back. And ask that we move to the agenda item regarding KBE goals.
Can I say just one thing real quickly?
Sure, if you don't mind saying it while we.
Yeah,
move back.
keep moving. That what we're doing, we want to make sure that we're doing things that support what's going to be best for the students in the classroom. If we can stand on that rock and solid rock, and not waver, then everything's going to be okay. And that's what I was interested in, Dr. Poe and Dr. Friend talking about, that. Oh, wait, Justin. Grow up.
They're fighting.
But,
again.
that's the bottom line, whether it be an organizational chart that works with the leadership, or whether we know what's going on, what can we do to support those students? I don't think say anything they want to about me, that's their opinion, which is usually wrong. But, you know, I'll just
Yeah.
move on. So thank you for letting me
No,
share
that's
that.
And
good
to add
closing.
to add to that in closing, a closing thought, like, for example, in talking with our Chief Academic Officer, Mickey Marinelli, a student population that we weren't serving to the best that we could was the ELL population. So we've added a position, and how do we make sure that we meet those student needs? Again, how do we meet the needs of our students? And our districts need those extra services, and they need those resources, and how do we do that? But again, you stand on the rock of how are we serving our kids in the best possible way.
We can, yeah.
We can make it happen.
Thank you guys for that. That was really a good discussion. We got some ideas about additional things that we can consider doing. Our goals and for the board. Let's go to that. We have in the portal the 24-25 goals. And I ask that we begin the conversation with those goals with some additional challenges for us to address. These are, Lou says, she calls them aspirational. We worked long and hard on the statement of goals and aspirations. And now we are at the point where we want to challenge ourselves to understand what evidence we want to see. Now, do we want to change these goals? Or do we want to keep these goals and ratchet up our efforts to be clearer about whether we're making progress? Now, all you have to do is go to any of the local accountability, the shows that you've been doing. The commissioner's been on the road. Some of you have been in the room with him as local communities are showing what they're doing. Julie called our attention to the video of a UK-sponsored event where featuring 2 school districts. I was just captivated. And I've shared it beyond the board members, to members of the General Assembly and to other organizations about what it looks like to give students a chance to show what they know and give communities a chance to own responsibility for what their students are doing and their vibrant learning experiences. I mean, I got a lot of evidence, I feel, that we are really addressing these goals. So, are we satisfied, and what more do we want to add to our own accountability apparatus as a board?
Is there a way they can be turned into SMART goals where they're specific, measurable, attainable, results-oriented?
Ms. Woods and I are on the
time-bound?
same wavelength here. For example, do I believe that the goal to foster vibrant student learning experiences for every learner, as underlined in the preamble to our goals, is the right goal for this board? Yes, completely. But what we don't see behind these goals are the data that we're already beginning to collect. So the Office of Innovation, under the direction of Director Sarah Snipes, is already gathering data around vibrant student learning experience metrics across Kentucky. We have 146, I believe is today's number, of 171 school districts in Kentucky that have a portrait of a learner. And as we move toward local accountability, we have school districts that are beginning to measure vibrant experiences for their students and gauging the access of every learner to those same vibrant learning experiences. So are there ways for us to put, Chair Robinson, I'm suggesting this as a path forward. Are there ways for us to reconsider and either affirm or adjust our big goals today and then work more intentionally with Karen and her team to start putting those objective measurements under each one so that our big goals that we happen to really love and want to hold on tightly to still become very smart in that we are getting the data that we need to, the evidence that we need that these SMART goals, these big aspirational goals are happening across the district. And we haven't taken that additional step, but that makes us smarter in our goal setting when we do that.
So members of the board would sit down with staff, or is that what you're saying?
Bring Karen in, perhaps on our virtual work session, perhaps even the first one, to look at the goals that we decide on today and say, okay, how do we make these smart? What are some data that would be available to us? What are some data that we aren't now collecting that we would want to mine as we move forward? And what would measurable objectives under these look like? Without changing the spirit or intent of our big goals, but building in measurability and a higher level of accountability, to Chair Robinson's point, in the process.
Today, I will ask you, are there topics that we have not addressed with these goals? And I have to say, I'm still hoping that we will, our new work with EPSB will result in our making some progress on feeling that we are doing more to support the education workforce development that has to be essential. It's essential to everything that's here. And so I don't feel as though that aspect of our responsibility is quite adequate. It's not adequately articulated here. So I would propose that we need the fourth goal, which is supporting a community of professional educators supported by the local community and all of us to get this work done. I don't feel like these other goals are possible.
So how would that be much different than goal 3, where we're cultivating collaborative partnerships?
I might suggest that instead of goal 1, enhance policies and regulation, that we go straight to the strengthen the teacher pipeline. Start with a stronger verb there that we can then add the metrics, but strengthening the teacher pipeline, building and strengthening the pipeline, to me is much more a direct punch at the problem than enhancing policies and regulations. How are we going to strengthen the pipeline? We are a policy body, so we're going to do it through policies and regulations, but I don't think we I think we lose the power of the workforce conundrum by burying it inside that paragraph.
We need to have I would think, some data to see what the shortages are, where they are,
Yep.
what's in the pipeline. We don't see data that much.
Yeah.
And with respect to the portrait of a learner, how many schools have portraits of a learner documented? Can you look across those and see if there's some commonality, or are they all different? I have some concerns about people doing a portrait to meet their short-term needs, and they're not thinking about the long-term education. So, but I don't know about that.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen a lot of it.
Yeah.
And then the whole, the vibrant learning is exciting, but it's got to be made more concrete in some way. How can we make these things hard-hitting? For instance, if you go to the legislature and you're talking about the teacher shortage, how many are we missing? You mentioned something about some teacher statistics a few minutes ago, Commissioner, and I know it's tough to find some of them, but if we don't quantify the shortage that we are looking at, we don't have anything to base our argument on. So just need some more.
And I
data.
think EPSB reviews those data pretty clearly, but one of the things in our partnership conversations with EPSB is that we need to hear that too, right? We need the same report.
Specifically what?
Around the workforce. Keep in mind that I believe, based on the interim joint committee meeting and Chair West's conversation around principal shortages, that's going to make our list as well. So when we say educator, we say teacher pipeline, we really mean educator pipeline, including school leadership. Holly.
I think we have a lot of momentum around literacy literacy and numeracy, but I'm not sure where that plugs in here. I mean, I think it's implied, I guess, but I would like to, I mean,
Capture it.
we've got things in place where we can capture data about that now, and I think we need to make sure we are held accountable to that and help us maintain that momentum.
Yeah, and I think sustaining that effort is probably where we are in terms of goal language. Advancing, sustaining.
I defer to Julie.
I just wanted
Yes,
to,
Julie.
on the second one where you have retention of teachers of color to increase the diversity, I think we limit ourselves by using the word color. I think we want to also have teachers with different abilities. So not necessarily color, but abilities of backgrounds. I think we kind of limit ourselves on the diversity there by just saying color.
I feel compelled to talk.
Okay.
I was actually checking on a few things. I'm a data digger. I like very much reading reports where I can connect numbers. And I have been tracking for the last couple of years numbers from the Kentucky School Report Card on students who are categorized as Hispanic, Latinx, multilingual learners. And just off the top of my head right now, but of all the students that we have in Kentucky, we are looking at more than 70,000 students that are Hispanic and Latinx alone. And in terms of multilingual learners, we are looking at more than 50,000 students in Kentucky. When we consider policies and initiatives like Mirrors and Windows, right? Just for Hispanics alone, these students that I mentioned before, those more than 70,000 students, they are looking just at no more than 450 students. So, speaking to what you say, people like me, when I go into my classroom, where can I find somebody that not just that looks like me, sounds like me, that understands the complexities of living in two cultures, in two languages, functioning in a language that is not yours 24/7, having to navigate all the cultural complexities of that, and especially in the current circumstances of nowadays, right? So I very much like what you mentioned, Pal, because that was exactly one of the things that I was going to mention. So thank you so much for bringing that up.
I think we can get the language right there around diversifying, though.
Yeah.
I want to go back to what Holly said on literacy and numeracy. You know, that's what we asked the last time. You know, we've trained X number of teachers now, and with letters, for example. Now, under numeracy, we're going to be doing some training, and we've got this new math center. So if we're going to talk about concrete things, how do we measure those? And we can measure the number of teachers that's had the letter training. Did we see an increase now in any performance data as we started a baseline to make comparisons, because we're being compared to those districts that use letters, or those states, and for example. So how has it helped? Or has it helped? You know, if we're going to continue to invest millions of dollars into this under literacy and numeracy reports that all districts have to do, and we're telling them what they should be doing, we should then be measuring how we are doing.
I'm going to take the opportunity because I had a direct report with Mickey. We were talking specifically about classrooms where teachers were trained in letters versus non-teachers. And just a quick, I know that, I just want a quick data point there, Mickey, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, so we are in our second year of the ICF third-party evaluation, and they were analyzing outcomes for the last academic school year. And they have found with statistical significance that students who are in consecutive classrooms of teachers who have been trained in letters, just at grade 5, so there's more data, on that upper end of elementary, that they are performing at a higher rate on KSA than students who have not had letters trained teachers. That was our hypothesis all along, but now we are starting to see an impact in the data, and it is especially evident in students who are receiving services around special education. So very happy to be able to speak to that data point, and I think, Dr. Poe, more and more, we will start seeing data that we can report to show the outcome and that return on investment for letters specifically.
And I want to bring that up just because I agree with what Dr. Poe and also with Holly, as Ms. Bloodworth is also talking about too, that to track that, there's been such a huge investment in the letters. We need a return on investment. What does that look like? So again, those are some things we've been looking at internally and be happy to provide that data moving forward.
As well as maybe a goal with respect to how we wanted to grow this, and so that more students have the benefit of this of the support, and have that be represented in our. We are going to talk about our legislative priorities, so. It's going to come up again. So we might as well get those data ready for that argument as well. Justin, did you?
Yes, ma'am. Just been thinking about, thinking about our goals and some of these, and there's a lot of overlap with what we're looking at with some of our other initiatives. But in thinking about that, the high school initiative out of NASP, one of the things I think we're really driving toward is that policy environment that supports the innovation, that supports the relevance, that supports, the many things that have been put into place. Everything from the revisions made to graduation requirements to the vibrant learning, environment, all of those things. We still hear from those superintendents that they're having to work around some rules to put some of these things in place. May behoove us, even in looking at some of this discussion that we're having around existing goals, that we as a board have goals for that data collection from superintendents to identify potential barriers as they exist, so that, the largest thing that we do as a policy body is have a goal to maybe remove or revise policies to create a more supportive environment for those things and remove barriers from innovation, that kind of thing. So, and that may just encapsulate a lot of what we're talking about, but let the superintendents drive or local board chairs, however we want to craft some survey to say, what are those top priorities for you that we should be setting goals to create a policy environment that better encapsulates those things. And that will align some of the things that we've talked about with the high school initiative.
Wow.
I'm in a similar place under Goal 2. I would suggest that we add clarity in a new first bullet, something along the lines of, and we can work with this to bring back the language to the full board, but advance statewide efforts to support educators in the implementation of high-quality literacy and numeracy instruction aligned with high-quality instructional resources. Perhaps tweak, but keep goals 2 and 3 as they align with Kentucky United We Learn, the second and third bullet under Goal 2 now, and then add a fourth bullet around exploring opportunities for high school transformation across the Commonwealth aligned with workforce development. Back under Goal 1, I think keep, empower, but add support educators in the design and implementation of engaging real-world, vibrant learning experiences, because I feel like they're empowered now, but we've got to step up in terms of support, which the department is already operationalizing around with guidance around and clarity around what vibrant learning means, what it looks like, tastes like, smells like, feels like. I think we go with the second bullet to come in strong with strengthen the educator pipeline, teachers and administrators, and get some real succinct, high yield language in there. I already talked about goal 2, and goal 3, I think I would absolutely want to continue. That's part of the ambassadorship role that we have played as a board in terms of building partnerships and leveraging those partnerships around enhanced educational outcomes for students. So I even though it's super soft, I think it's important to who we are, and I would recommend we keep that partnership goal in there aligned with Kentucky United We Learn. So those would be some suggestions.
And if you would mind just piggybacking off that, to me, one of the things that we missed a chance in goal 1 is down in that enhance. You know, we have this, I mean, the goal is vibrant learning experiences. And then we talked about empowering that, but when we talked about, really, we get into our role of policies, regulations, all we talk about there is the teacher pipeline.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't talk about identifying barriers to implementing, some, or scalability of these things that are really proven to work at some powerful high schools or schools, districts. So maybe there's something in there as you're talking about some of that language, not just shifting that focus completely from the learning experience to enhance the policy and regulations for the teacher pipeline, but work in some of that, what are those barriers that exist to scalability? And then let's take a look at the policies that are perhaps putting the lid on as a barrier to a school district.
Okay.
Would that fit under the recommendation under goal 2 for high school transformation? You think of that, would that fit together?
It very well could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it goes back to enhancing the L3 work I mean, we might call it now transformation, but that's what we were trying to do under LC3 work.
Yep.
And to me, going into our new accountability system is how do we continue to promote vibrant learning experiences, and how do we measure that we actually are and that we're improving the L3 experience and growing that number. Because if local accountability is going to be very important as in the accountability system, we got to grow that. And how do we measure that we're growing that? I know that you said last month or the month before that, this is going to be a scaling process. Not everybody's going to do it.
Yeah.
So then we've got to come back with technical goals of how many are we looking at scaling each biennium and so forth, if we're really going to truly get into that local accountability and vibrant learning experience.
Got it. Other comments? Yes, Holly.
Kind of sounds like we didn't have any measurable goals, but really when we talked about moonshot and all of that,
Oh,
we
right.
took dates and actions.
We got
that
stuff
were
done.
checking off,
Yeah.
So I
I
think
agree.
maybe
I
we
agree.
just didn't do a good job of selling our goals.
Communication.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, I mean, and yes, we do have concrete data that represent the quantifiable, if you will, and we've got a lot of qualitative data as well. What I think we are wanting to challenge ourselves with is how we can get disciplined, focused, and be accountable with the things that we want to measure. And I think we want to measure the advancement of the literacy and numeracy efforts, because that helps with momentum and it is producing benefit. So yeah, we want to be more conscious of that. What is it that we want to see in the educator pipeline with respect to their capacity to deliver, support vibrant learning experiences that also advance numeracy and literacy? What do we, so I think I was just trying to ask us to get a little more focused. This does sound broad, and more, aware of the documentation that is required, that we want to ask our colleagues in the department to help make sure we're collecting. Julie, you had a comment.
Yeah, so also going along with that is the collaboration and alignment of the teacher preparation programs to what we're doing here. Because if they're not being prepared in the vibrant learning experiences and the letters training and stuff, then we have to retrain them. So making sure there's alignment with the teacher prep programs with what we're
And
doing.
that's a great example of that nexus is that of the Education Professional Standards Board. So in that third collaborative partnership, recognizing that they have the authority over educator preparation programs, but we have a lot of skin in that game as well. So how we could actually kind of talk about how those partnerships yield improvement around our goal to strengthen the educator pipeline.
And that's something that you almost have to kind of specifically say, we're gonna deal with this. Because that is almost like jumping into the deep end of the pool in higher education.
We're gonna
Where,
help. We're gonna
you know,
help.
I mean, it's interesting, but it's where we have to go, so.
And there's some good things going on in that.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. And we have such, we have a rich supply of illustrative places where, you know, if you want to see it, look here. If you want to see it, look there. And we've got higher ed involved, the teacher ed program, involved in United We Learn. We've got in the vibrant learning experiences. So I'm not saying this is not a wasteland. It's far from it. So how about if we take another shot at this and try to restructure this to include some of the metrics and targets that you have discussed today? And we will bring back another version of our goals, because we're going to talk about legislative priorities during this meeting. So we're not getting off the reservation and away from goals, unless we want to do any editing.
I think we
tonight.
have Alfonso and Randy, and then probably need a break, and we have the AASA person at 3:30. So maybe last word from Alfonso, followed by Randy, and then a break.
Okay.
And then we will adjust the agenda, remainder of today's agenda from there.
We're trying to get
For
it
your
all done.
consideration. That's right. Alfonso.
I promise I will keep it short.
Oh, Alfonso, yes.
So I read this document. I'm thinking about the work that has been accomplished at the Kentucky United We Learn Council. I look at that goal 1, foster vibrant student learning experiences. Somehow, I am missing the student voice in here. And I'm looking at that first goal about empower educators to design and implement engaging. And the only way that it speaks about the students is about in the recipient part of the deal. I don't see them as involved in that process as we have had those conversations in the Kentucky United We Learn Council. So instead of me talking, I'm going to stop and I'm going to look at our student member of the board to hear her voice.
I was going to bring up earlier whenever we were talking about the ATCs, and I actually thought about it too late. We weren't talking about it anymore. But one thing I've noticed in my district, we have a pretty nice ATC, and I've noticed that it's really competitive to get classes at the ATC because all of the classes are weighted, and it's weighted on a 5.0 GPA. And I mean, I'm guilty of it as well. I also take classes up there, not specifically because I'm interested in the class, but because it's beneficial to my GPA. I'm honestly working the system, and I don't know if it would even be possible to implement a policy that could fix that, but I think it would be more beneficial for students that were actually interested in pursuing a goal or in pursuing a career in something that the ATC has to offer, instead of it being ridiculously competitive for students that just want to up their GPA.
Wow.
Honesty's the best policy.
How about that for integrity?
It brings up a whole world about dual credit that we're not even really talking about here.
Say again?
It brings up a whole world of dual credit that we're not even talking about as we're talking about goals and, you know, some of the things with the high
We
school.
will under high school transformation, yeah.
Yep.
So instead of students saying, oh, I have an opportunity to explore and maybe enhance my GPA, I mean, is there another side of this? And we don't have the time today to go into
But we will.
that.
We can look.
But we can, look, I mean, if it's not a genuine opportunity that the students value.
And I can't speak on behalf of all students that take classes at ATCs
Yeah, right,
or
right,
all ATCs, but I know that it's something that's very prevalent in my county, and I can only imagine that it's at least present in other places in Kentucky. And I feel like it's just one of those problems that is an easy fix. You know, all the classes, at least at my ATC, are weighted on a 5.0 scale, and to be completely honest, aren't insanely difficult. The coursework isn't, you know, compared to AP classes that are, you know, rightfully so weighted on a 5.0 scale, they really don't hold a candle to the amount of work that you would have to do in an AP class. So strategically, if somebody wanted to raise their GPA, it would make sense to take a class up there, but it's taking opportunities away from people that are wanting to pursue a future. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, that's a fascinating dimension of the work that.
Just like to have some more information.
Yeah, we're going to dig deeper on that. Thank you.
I'm just going to follow up with Holly. You said before, I'm just following Holly here all day, but making some good points. I think for the report, as you said, is we went under the last 2 to 3 years a major transformation of the goals here, and we were looking at adaptive change. And through adaptive change, it's hard to put technical shots at that. So, but we have undergone several transformational change through that adaptive timeline. So now we can put some technical aspects of some of the things that we've digested as we continue our innovation. So I think that's the point of, we had a lot of things going on. I mean, the last year has been consumed with accountability. So as we're doing town halls across the country, we had to do certain things. So some goals take precedence over others. And that was a very transformational change. One of the biggest, the accountability system, if it goes through as proposed, is going to be the biggest change we've had since the CARA Reform Act with the accountability. So we had to draw back from some technical things, but we've got the opportunities now, and we're continuing with, you know, the second phase is that reinventing the high schools, or whatever we're calling that now. So I just think that sometimes others are more critical when they don't know what those details. So thank you that you pointed out about the moonshot, because that had a specific timeline, and it took a lot of resources of this department to do those things. So I commend those that that was a rather you know, an accelerated timeline to get that done in 2 years from the time we started. No way, and we accomplished it. So
yeah,
I think the staff, you know, deserve a lot of credit. That's the only thing I did not like about the audit report. It was positive in some vein, but the work that was being done by this department and doing their other work at the same time was monumental.
Town halls.
Town halls, right.
I don't know. I
Thank you
mean,
for that.
the pace that you did is just unbelievable in a 2-year period of time. You know, that would usually take about 7 years to complete, that you with a rushed agenda.
I am going to declare a 10-minute break. If you will please honor that. 10 minutes. Thank you for coming back after the break. I'd like to get your approval to amend our agenda by moving the review of our standing committees and the KDE biannual budget down to after we have our update on federal education policy, because we have a guest to bring into the room. And I'd like to, are we ready? So the Government Affairs pardon me. The School Superintendent's Association Government Affairs Manager, Tara Thomas, is online. Tara, I have heard your updates before, and you are so concise and so clear. Please welcome to the Kentucky Board of Education, and we'd love to hear from you.
Tara.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, and hopefully you can see my slides as well.
Check.
Okay, well, thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here and provide a federal update. I have been told I've got about 20 minutes, so this is not going to be comprehensive by any means, but I wanted to cover, you know, what is kind of utmost important, kind of what's moving, and kind of, you know, what's to come, I guess is the best way to describe it. So I'm just going to get right into it. Before I get to Congress, because that will be the majority, I'll talk about appropriations. I did want to briefly talk about some actions by the Department of Education that has created some disruption or at the district level specifically. As the Government Affairs Manager of ASA, the School Superintendents Association, that's where we're most focused, obviously, is the school district. And we understand that disruption at the school district level then creates issues most often for the state itself. So there was about $5.2 billion in K-12 funds for FY25. This was money that had already been budgeted for by districts across the country, and it came out about a month late. That was really a review by the Office of Management and Budget, not by the Department of Ed, but I couched it here with as kind of part of the administration as a whole. Luckily, the funding did come out and it is now to states, as you are all well aware, but we know that this caused significant disruption for districts across the country. They were they were uncertain whether this funding was going to come, and we know that the greatest and unfortunate impact was in smaller rural districts, because that's where reserves aren't, and they sometimes had to make kind of difficult decisions within those few weeks. And so that was just something I wanted to flag. There was the ESSER late liquidation policy change. This came out at about the end of March, and we're still waiting because it's now pending litigation. But this was an action by the Department of Education to reverse the previous administration's actions on ESSER late liquidation. So districts across the country were given extensions on ESSER funding because they weren't able to spend it for numerous reasons. And then this administration has said, actually, no, we're gonna reevaluate all of those options and halt the reimbursement as we go. And so right now we are back in the kind of original place we were, where districts, if they were granted late liquidation by the previous administration, then they are continuing that way. But if for some reason, depending on how the court plays out and the Department of Education wins, then they will be able to go in and determine what districts may or may not be able to continue with their liquidation. We saw during the administration's first few reviews that they've been far more specific and targeted about what they are going to allow to receive extensions, and that seems to be only for services that are directly provided to students. So if there is professional development, construction projects, or anything that is not directly provided to a student, it would no longer be approved by this existing Department of Education. Once again, this is in litigation, so we really have to wait and see, but this is something that the state should be thinking about. Should districts not be continuing to receive the extensions that they had previously been granted? There's also been significant or a few grant cancellations and discontinuations. That's really the difference between freezing the funding immediately or being told that, okay, you're not going to receive forward. We've seen this happen specifically with mental health grants. That's to support the school mental health personnel pipeline, and then also with teacher preparation grants. And we know that all of these actions that I've talked about kind of create this disruption for school districts, which means that if they're not able to rely on federal funding, they have to, as we know, pull elsewhere. I do want to flag that the Kentucky Association of School Administrators, led by Rhonda Codwell, has done a really incredible job of informing members of Congress of exactly what these actions have meant for districts and being really specific about the need for specific reliable, stable federal funding and how we can kind of avoid these actions moving forward. Something else I wanted to address for the Department of Education is their supplemental grant priorities. And this is the ability of any administration to prioritize who they give their competitive grants to or who they award competitive grants to. This is going to be under evidence-based literacy, which we know is a priority for the department, expanding education choice, and then of course most notable for this audience is returning education to the states, which means that if a state is an applicant because it's an eligible entity, or if a state endorses other types of entities, then the department can provide priority to those entities for certain competitive grants. So that's really all of the few things I wanted to flag about the department. Obviously, there's a ton of other things happening, but we know that there's also a lot of litigation happening. And so a lot of the updates, frankly, just had the asterisks that pending litigation, so it didn't seem worthwhile to spend too much time on. I think the majority of this presentation, I will talk about the appropriations and budget process. That's really what Congress has been focused on following reconciliation. And so for fiscal year 26, it's important to note fiscal year 26 starts in about 2 months, but with Congress home for the entire month of August. When Congress returns, they're only going to have a little less than 4 weeks to figure out how to fund the government beyond that September 30th deadline. And up until about a week ago, the greatest intel we had or insight into what we could expect for fiscal year 26 was from the president's budget proposal. And that proposal we saw was about a $12.4 billion cut from the Department of Ed, about half of that coming from K-12. It level funds Title I, and then it provides 2 proposals for block grants. One is block granting most of IDEA, so all of the programs that are under IDEA except for grants to infants and families and for Special Olympics would be consolidated into IDEA Part B, which is the grant to states, and then states themselves would figure out how you want to spend that money. Additionally, there's another block grant, which is much bigger in terms of allowable activities and what the money would be used for, and that would be what they're calling the Simplified Funding Program. And what it does there is it takes 18 competitive and formula grant programs and consolidates it all together. And there, the programs in total, based on the previous fiscal year, is worth about $6.5 billion, and the block grant itself would be worth about $2 billion. And so that's where we see about a $4.5 billion cut. But essentially within that block grant, the president's proposal basically says that as long as there is the activity listed by any of the programs that are included in this block grant, states can use the funding how they see fit, as long as it is, in the activities listed. And so what's really important here is for the programs that are not listed and specifically eliminated. So the proposal also eliminates Title I-C, migrant education, Title III, English language acquisition, full service community schools, and a few other programs. I just listed a few here. And I think what's most important to highlight, especially from the state perspective, is that what the proposal says is that basically if the funding is not provided, one from the feds, and it's not specifically included in the block grant, then the federal funds should not be used for these services. And I think what's really important to highlight here for states who would be who would be implementing this is that, as we know, migrant ed and English language acquisition, there are federal requirements to provide those services and to support those student populations. And so if you're not able to use federal funding, then that would be somewhere where the state would then have to figure out where they want to move funds around. And so that is what we've seen from the president. And then last week, we did see a Senate bipartisan proposal that was advanced through the full Appropriations Committee. And it frankly looks very different, as you can see, from the president's proposal. It kind of keeps, I don't want to say business as usual, but it's essentially basically a continuing resolution where most of the funding is level funded. Title I, IDEA, and REAP, the Rural Education Achievement Program, get small increases. And then there is some reduced funding for various programs, but overall it's relatively the same. It also most notably includes language that would require funding go out by July 1, which we see as a response to the current withholding to ensure that districts are still able to rely on their July 1 date like they historically have, in states as well. And then it also prevents the transfer of programs to other departments. So these are two very different proposals. And what's going to be most telling when Congress returns is basically what is the House going to put out. So I think we have seen that typically the president's proposal overall is not usually taken word for word and put into a proposal. It's almost seen, frankly, as like dead on arrival. It's like, great, we'll see it, but Congress is going to do what Congress wants to do. But we know that this Congress is far more inclined to deliver what the president has asked for. So I would not be surprised if we see a proposal coming out of the House once they return from the recess that looks very much like the president's proposal. And then if that's the case, then there is significant amount of negotiating between the House and the Senate to figure out, what is the common ground between those two and how are they going to fund fiscal year 26. That is also with the assumption that the Senate bill will pass the full Senate. We honestly don't know. And we don't know if the House will actually have time to put together its own proposal, or will they move forward with, a continuing resolution. These are all questions that we have that will not be answered until at least September 2nd, after Labor Day, when they all return. There will, of course, be conversations between leadership and trying to figure out, where there is compromise. But in terms of actual action, we will not see that for about another month. There is, of course, the option for a continuing resolution. And if that is the case, how long will the continuing resolution be to give Congress more time to figure out what they want to do for fiscal year 26. Added on to all of this is also the recent actions around rescissions requests. And we know that rescissions requests only require a simple majority in the Senate, versus spending bills require, to bypass it or to get through the filibuster. So it requires 60 votes. And so there's a tension here of, why would we pass appropriations bills if you're just going to put forward a proposal to rescind the funding moving forward? So I think there's some distrust and I think a lot of tension between leadership as a whole. And so it's really unclear to see how they're going to move forward. And so unfortunately, I think a lot of those signs, a lot of people are thinking that there could be a possible shutdown. And from the education perspective, it's important to note that in a government shutdown, Head Start and Impact Aid are the ones that are immediately impacted. Impact Aid gets a payment every time there is a funding bill that is passed. And so they would not receive the funding that should be due on October 1, as well as Head Start, which regularly pulls down from the federal government. So that is a really, really long way of me saying I actually don't have any idea what's going to happen when it comes to fiscal year 26. These are just kind of all of the conversations and the numbers that we have been seeing. But really, I think what it shows is that there's a lot of disagreement on how to move forward, and it's going to be interesting to see how they compromise. In addition to appropriations, there is, of course, H.R. 1, which is the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This is basically what consumed Washington, D.C. for the past, 8 months. And that was the priority bill moved by leadership in both the House and the Senate through the process called reconciliation. So they were able to pass something in the Senate through with just a simple majority, and they were able to bypass the filibuster. And so it's a really long bill. I think it's like 957 pages. The Senate parliamentarian actually had to read it all. So if you don't have anything grateful today to be grateful for, you can be grateful you're not the Senate parliamentarian, because that took a really long time. But the bill was finally signed into law on July 4th. And frankly, there's a ton of questions in terms of what implementation looks like for a lot of the different pieces. But I wanted to highlight the most important for K-12, and that was the establishment of the first ever national school voucher program. If you saw my presentation back in June to the committee in Kentucky, you will have seen that version that I talked about is very different than the final version that was passed in the bill. And so what we're seeing in the final version is that it is still a dollar for dollar tax credit for donations that are made to scholarship granting organizations. And while there is no aggregate limit on how much the tax credit can be worth, there is an individual donation limit. So individuals can only get up to $1,700 or couples $34. And another key difference here is that states must opt in. So it's going to really rely on the states to opt into the program, regulate it how they see fit, kind of in conjunction with the regulations that we'll see from Treasury. There's still a lot of questions around what is this program actually going to look like, what's going to constitute a scholarship granting organization, and we're really going to have to wait on more information from the administration, regulation from the Treasury. And, we're already seeing some states are having conversations around passing legislation to go ahead and opt in or create, different actions for how they kind of want to address this issue. But really, there's not much they can do or should be doing, frankly, until we have more information from the Treasury. We know that the credit will be available starting January 1 of 2027. Another piece of HR 1 that I wanted to flag, because it's K-12, but also really relying on states, is that it, for the first time ever, has established workforce or short-term Pell Grants. Depends on who you're talking to, whether they call it workforce or short-term. But really what this means is it expands Pell Grant eligibility for learners and workers to use Pell Grants for short-term training programs. And this was something that, frankly, it's been a bipartisan priority for a really long time, and they were finally able to pass it. And so what we know from, once again, just like the initial language that was included in the bill, and there's going to need to be a lot more questions answered, but we do know that states are going to have a really significant role in determining who is or what programs are eligible for this funding, right? So states are going to have to see, what programs determine that they are for high wage, high skill, in demand jobs, and make sure that they are stackable and portable. And it's really going to be kind of this partnership between the federal government, who's going to determine, is the wage and the tuition kind of worth the amount that someone would make once they graduate from the program? And those questions are going to be answered by the feds, and then the states are going to really have to determine what exactly the jobs and the programs will be. And so it's our understanding from some of the experts here that some states will be able to kind of quickly kind of jump in and implement this program because they've already done a lot of work on these short-term training programs, but it may take more effort depending on the current state infrastructure. And states really have about a year to do all of this work. So we know that this will start to be implemented in July of 2026. And so that's something to kind of have on the to-do list and start thinking through, because we know that's gonna come quickly. And then the last thing I'll flag, and I'm not gonna get too much in the details because it's obviously outside of the K-12 perspective, but the bill did also make changes to both SNAP and Medicaid that shifts costs to states. So we know SNAP, for instance, it's a little bit more straightforward, the cost shift, where previously it was a 50-50 split between the state and the feds for administrative fees, and now it's going to be 75 on the state, it was 75-25, now it's going to be 50-50 between the state and the feds. And then in some states, you may even have to start covering the cost of benefits themselves. And then we've seen a cost shift for Medicaid as well. And so this is something we're following from the K-12 perspective, understanding that a state's budget is limited. And if you have to start covering these costs, where are you going to have to cut from. Some other things to briefly flag that we're working on and hopefully Congress will pay attention to soon. Secure Rural Schools is a significant priority for, frankly, rural communities across the country. This is the program that provides funding to counties and school districts who are surrounded by national forest land, so they're not able to generate their own local tax revenue. And so the feds have given this funding out to kind of supplant that. Congress has not renewed this program now in over a year and a half. And if they don't renew it, then the program goes back to kind of a timber revenue sharing model, which is far below what districts have been receiving through this program. Kentucky alone receives $1.5 million for this program, which we know in the grand scheme of your state budget is not a lot, but for those rural districts who are relying on this funding, it is a lifeline. And so we're pushing Congress to reauthorize that as soon as possible. Student privacy remains a bipartisan priority. You know, we've seen now different iterations of the Kids Online Safety Act and the Children's Protection Online Protection Act and COPPA. And I think we've seen different iterations, kind of different levels of progress in different Congresses. And so I think this is something that will likely reemerge and the conversations will continue because this is somewhere that has bipartisan support. And then workforce and career and technical education, we know is a longstanding priority of this administration as well as leadership in Congress. And so I think we're likely to see some action there, whether it's a reauthorization of the Workforce Opportunity and Innovation Act. We'll just kind of have to wait and see, but I think we'll see a lot of efforts to restructure through the administration and then also may see some legislation as well. So that is all I had, and I do think I have some time for questions.
Thank you so much. That's a romp through a lot that gives pause. Let me ask the board members if they have questions, comments, points of inquiry. Justin, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. Appreciate the update.
Good job. That was very concise and it was real clear. So the this notion of pushing things, education to the states is a kind of a principal objective that will be addressed through various funding mechanisms. Is that what we should surmise?
Yes, it's definitely been a stated priority of the administration of the Department of Education. They say, you know, literacy, education choice, returning education back to the states. And so we're seeing that in a lot of proposals in terms of, I think, obviously the president's budget proposal is the most specific example of where we're seeing that, where they, you know, want to block grant the funding, give it back to the states, and then you figure out your formulas, how you want to get that money out to districts to a certain extent. But that does, we've seen and heard from the department that that is a priority. Aside from the proposal, we haven't seen any other explicit actions of, you know, returning to the states. There has now been some guidance on state waivers, and we know that some states are in conversations around ESEA waivers. But I would say that the budget proposal was the most official, large piece of policy that we've seen in terms of returning education to the states. But we know that that has, and of course the voucher program, but that has been a stated priority since the beginning of this administration.
So the states then are going to really be in a bind because of their own, there'll be a demand for support from lots of different aspects, lots of different functions that, so Tara, can you speak to how the impact of Medicaid is going to, the changes in Medicaid support will, what do we know about states being ready for that?
Yeah, so I do want to flag that at least when it talks about the returning of education to the states, it also that falls into the conversation around, eliminating the department. And these are all things that the administration has talked about and says that they are in favor of, while also realizing that the majority of that power lies within Congress. And we know that Congress does not move quickly and there are kind of guardrails in place. And so even the president's budget proposal can't move through the Senate without 60 votes, and that would need bipartisan support, right? So I do just want to provide a little bit of caution around, we understand that returning education to the states is a priority. How much will actually be put into law, I think is a big question mark. For Medicaid broadly, I am not admittedly an expert on Medicaid. It is a very complicated program, and it also depends on state administering, right? What we do know is that Medicaid is one of the largest federal funding streams for schools. Medicaid is a critical source of support for providing various services for schools, especially if your state has expanded what can be reimbursed through Medicaid, right, through the free care policy. And so I think one of the most concerning from our perspective for cuts for Medicaid is if there's less Medicaid funding coming to the state and states are having to make tough choices about where to cut and where to cover these costs, that schools are going to be at the bottom because people don't understand how critical Medicaid funding is for schools across the country.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough competition for state dollars. Well, thank you so much for that summary, and it's really provocative and gives us lots to think about. So I appreciate your taking the time to join us today. Thanks, Tara. See you soon.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Okay. I went to see The Wiz recently, and there was this song, Don't Nobody Bring Me No Bad News. I kind of want to sing that right now. But anyway, we're going to get back to our business. And, that federal, that federal scene, it's there, and we have to know it's there. But let us return to our business. So if you will, go back to the review of our standing committees. All board members are expected to serve on committees. The current standing committees, the United We Learn / Teaching Learning Committee and the State Schools Committee were established in 2023. The United We Learn Standing Committee is charged with reviewing and advising the full board on policy matters related to United We Learn and the KDE's efforts to transform school experiences to ensure deep and authentic learning experiences for all students. Our standard, our goal for equity, all students, deep and vibrant learning experiences. The State Schools Committee is charged with reviewing and advising the full board on all policy matters related to the governance and operations of the Kentucky School for the Blind, Kentucky School for the Deaf, and the area technology centers operated by KDE. I'm going to ask that the committee membership continues as it is with the addition of our new teacher member, Alfonso de Torres Nunez, appointed to the State Schools Committee, and our new student member, Harper Blake, appointed to the United We Learn Committee. Next, I'd like to recommend the appointment of Diane Woods and the reappointment of Julie Powell to the KBE's Whole School, Whole Community, Whole Child Subcommittee. So, big, long title.
Welcome, Diane.
Thank you.
As long as I don't leave Randy, I'm good.
And lastly, I thank Julie Powell, who serves as chair, and Lou Young for their continued service on the KBE Awards Committee. Our new teacher member, Alonso, is going to join that committee as well, and we thank him so much. There are additional KBE members who would, if there are additional members who would like to serve on the awards committee, I be fulfilled for that service. So,
That item, Madam Chair, to Todd and Glyptosan, there's a note here about Alfonso serving on the awards committee as a non-voting member, but in the past, our teacher and student members on awards committee have in fact served as voting members of the committee only. So they would be voting members. Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All
We'll
right,
just strike
thank
that. Okay. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Good. So if you will, I'd ask the board for a motion to approve these appointments of KBE members to these committees. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion? I'm going to call the question. All in favor of these appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I do thank you for that. And we'll be back. There's always more to do. Now we will move directly into our KDE 2026-28 biannual budget and ask Associate Commissioner Matt Ross and KDE Division Director Karen Worth to please come to the table and present our request.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Ross. I'm the Associate Commissioner in the Office of Finance and Operations. Karen can't be here today, so you get me. So I'll try to give a little bit of context for our new members. So over the last year of KBE meetings, budget staff, myself, have brought forward sort of the components of what go into the KDE's budget. And then program offices have brought forth what are called additional budget requests. Those are new money that would go into the budget. Generally, most of the components of our budget are already set. ABRs are additional budget requests that program offices would like to see put forward for possible funding by for consideration by the General Assembly. So prior to the last board meeting, there was a survey sent to all members to let them rank sort of where they thought that those different presentations, those different ABRs should fall in the priority. So all of this goes together and gets submitted in our budget request to the governor's office, and then the governor will decide what he ultimately puts into the budget request. All priorities will go forward, just we rank some as our major priorities, right? So, and last time we had the ranking, I think there wasn't much discussion around any movement. I think there was mostly a consensus on those budget priorities, which are in your packet. You should be able to see a chart with how you rank them. And today, what I'm going to ask for is you all to ratify that so we can include that in our budget. So to take action to approve the list of ABRs as you all, the survey decided. But you're free to move things around should you want to. But based on last meeting, there didn't seem to be much interest in moving anything around.
So we've had several discussions leading to this moment. Everything will go forward. The final decision will be made in the governor's office as to what gets in, what gets out, what is not in. We do want the board to approve this set of ABRs that we've discussed now for, three different meetings. It has been discussed by us, reviewed by staff. Staff supported our consensus process, and now we're ready to go forward. So To frame this discussion, I'll begin by asking for a motion to approve the presentation of the prioritized ABRs. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll say.
Thank you, Steve. Any comment, further comment and discussion?
I think for Harper and Alfonso, I would just add, I think you may have mentioned it at the beginning and I missed it, Matt, but all of the priorities go forward. And it's ultimately up to the General Assembly to determine which ones are funded. And it feels a little bit like choosing your favorite grandchild when you're kind of going through this process. So it's one that we're going to continue to look at and hopefully refine.
But it's not likely that we're going to come upon a proposal from this KDE staff that won't represent having to choose from.
Between your favorite.
But we do have to refine and set some priorities. Do you have any questions?
As non-voting members, how can we support these initiatives? How can we support the legislative agenda of the Kentucky Board of Education? And how can we participate so that we have all these ABRs to fruition? Good question. As a student and as a teacher.
Yeah. So I'm trying to understand exactly how we can bring you in so that you are, I do believe that if you would like to have a briefing on the ABRs in terms of their substantive impact and so forth, we can arrange that. We can arrange a virtual seminar, if you will, with the appropriate staff to make sure that you are properly briefed on them. And I might sit in on.
And I think the next time around, we will definitely include you in the prioritization process as discussants in that too. So that your voice is part of the way we ultimately prioritize.
This represents at least, 4 months, more than that, months of work where we have had various iterations and then an excruciatingly painful rank order exercise that we all had to go through. So you're coming in at the tail end of this. But I do think it's a good opportunity to kind of become more familiar with some of the programs. There are a lot of acronyms here, a lot of initials. And so if we can arrange a briefing.
And just to make sure we are not trying to stall this after 4 months of work.
No. It's entirely reasonable. It's entirely
Well, we did have a teacher representative and a student representative during those 3 meetings too, so they've already been
And
represented.
as your role now is, the organizations that you're a part of, there's awareness, there's communication that you can do with those groups. Anytime that we're talking with a state legislator, there's an opportunity there to advocate for these. But you can see the priorities, and again, it will be a very tough, as we go through and you have your input, especially in the next round when we go with the ABRs, you will see how, you can read these and see how do I select this one over this one and things of that nature. So, because there's so many things here, everything from technology funding to SEEK transportation to universal preschool. And many others that are on here. But again, for now, I think with where you're coming in after the process is almost complete, it's about communicating to the people and the groups that you're a part of.
Choices among very, very worthy objectives here. So
There were tears shed. Just saying, there were tears shed.
Band-Aid. Close.
Close.
Let me call the question. All those in favor of approving our ABR priority list, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. That was a very important process and really it disciplines us, but I want all of this for our students. How about that? So the next item, concerns our legislative update. And Brian, would you come to the table, please? Oh, I just had one.
I'm going to let Brian do most of the talking here, to be honest. But one of the things that I do want to point out, there were some accomplishments when you look at these legislative priorities. So there's you're going to see a draft here of what we'd like to see as we move forward. Again, based on the priorities that you have, but also too some accomplishments that were changed. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian. He's going to go over with you these legislative priorities. And there's not a lot of changes because these are priorities that were set by the board recently. So.
Yeah, so if you'll remember a year ago, you all adopted your 2025 legislative priorities. And for the first time in my tenure, you really took more of a biennial view. And so that's why we're suggesting some small changes, also reflecting some things that got accomplished in this last legislative session. So we'll just kind of walk through, and I think you should have it in your portal, the 26 draft. And as we go, happy to have questions or conversations about any of these and make any changes that you all would like. So the first one is unchanged. That's the work of the Kentucky United We Learn Council. Obviously, we are shopping the Framework 4.0 right now. I'm happy to say that we have reached out to a potential bill sponsor and hoping to have that conversation in the next couple of weeks, but we did not get an initial no, so that's a promising sign. That one's at the top of our list heading into the upcoming session. The next couple did get some updates based on some things that have happened over the past year. So you'll see some additional language added to the numeracy counts and read to succeed bullets. I think universal preschool is unchanged in terms of the language there. HQIRs is one that did get a pretty significant revision in light of what happened in this past session with Senate Bill 207. So that will not go into effect for another year, but this change reflects that big win this past session. The KETS bullet point is unchanged. That remains a top priority for the department. Same for full day kindergarten and school safety. When we get down to the statutory cleanup items, there are a couple of changes. One, the State Textbook Commission bullet from last year got taken off. Again, Senate Bill 207 amended that statutory language. We have also added a bullet point about staggering the board terms for the Supreme Court seats. This is a conversation that we have had for the past couple of years. It was not really one of our top priorities this past legislative session. But in conversation with the chair and vice chair over the past month or so, we have updated the statutory language that we previously shopped around and are hoping to get some movement on that. The goal there is to continue to stabilize the board and to prevent a wholesale switch of those seats all at the same time. So we are suggesting that the General Assembly consider staggering those terms so that as we move forward, those seats would turn over at different points in time as opposed to all rotating on and off at the same time. So that's the intent behind that change. The bullet points for the Council for Education Technology and KETS home computer program remain the same. Those are outdated things that have not been functional for a long time and need to come off the books. So we will continue to put those forward. When we get to support for the education workforce, there are a few changes that we need to kind of talk about. So one of the bullet points from the 25 version was to explore the option of Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship as it relates to teacher training and preparation. Interestingly enough, about 2 months after you all adopted your 25 priorities, the KWIB took action to add education as one of the top 5 demand sectors for the state. That's what determines what's eligible for that Kentucky Work Ready Scholarship. So that led to a number of conversations with stakeholders about the possibility of adding education as a pathway for Work Ready Scholarship money, which I'm a huge advocate for because it's free money. There are no strings attached to Work Ready dollars. Pretty good deal. However, in conversations with stakeholders, what we settled on, you see in that second sub bullet point, Senator Higdon graciously sponsored Senate Bill 253 this past session. Unfortunately, it didn't move, but he has already indicated that he is likely to refile that again. That bill sort of reflects the conversations we had around potentially adding Work Ready. And what it did, and that moved away from that because it was fitting a square peg into a round hole, so to speak. Work Ready really was intended for career and technical pathways that kind of have certificates, diplomas, and then terminate with applied Associate of Science degrees. Never was really intended for pathways like education, which don't have those sub-baccalaureate degrees. Anyway, what was reimagined was this idea of expanding the number of dual credit courses that students in the teaching and learning pathway could take so that they could potentially get an associate's degree when they graduated high school. That would allow them to immediately go into an EPP, at which point the existing teacher scholarship would kick in and cover tuition cost, therefore potentially allowing a district to set up a tuition-free pathway into the classroom for students. That's a big win. Now, it also tweaked the language around the repayment part of the teacher scholarship. Right now, it's like a 2-to-1. So you have to teach 2 years for every 1 year you get the scholarship. We got it down to a 1-to-1. That's still not as good a deal as the Work Ready, but it's a win nonetheless.
Hey, Brian,
Yes.
there is actually an AAS pathway to education. It's just that most of the four-year schools don't accept that as the
Yep.
first 2 years.
And it's more of a para degree, is that correct? Or it has been in the past?
Could be viewed that way, but I think there's some behind-the-scenes work being done on our part and on the four-year part. And maybe if we can both tweak a little bit, it would become a Work-Ready approved pathway.
And I was able to kind of talk to that a little bit during our conversation. So for the new board members that don't know, I came from KCTCS where I spent about 8 years at system office. So I'm a little familiar with some of that world, even though I'm getting a little long in the tooth. So starting to forget some of it. But
Probably gladly.
so I say all of that to say I'm happy to tweak that second bullet however you all want. If we want to continue to exploring Work Ready as an option and add that language back in, I just drafted that as kind of a reflection of where we are presently, which is Senator Higdon is ready, willing to file his bill again. But I think we are also open to continuing conversations about the possibility of Work Ready money being used to fulfill that option. But
I would just suggest in the short run to do both.
Well,
Continue to move forward with any connections that the 2 years and 4 years can negotiate, but make the change so that the 4 year moves forward as well, rather than wait, I think.
I think so. I don't think we necessarily need to set that as one of our
Yeah.
legislative priorities for that work to continue. But I really haven't updated this board on that progress because that is still the sticking point. But I think that ship is down the river. So
yeah. And we talked about a lot of this as we kind of worked through this big. I mean, this is a huge change, right? From a policy standpoint, this is a really big change. And so we talked a lot about, what would it look like if you could use Work Ready scholarship money to get an AA or AS, which typically is referred to as the transfer degree at the KCTCS level. I think there's some concern there about how do you put guardrails around that so that the engineering student doesn't just get an AAAS, transfers into the engineering program, never intending to go into education and into the classroom. So I think that was one of the real concerns was, what guardrails would look like if you were trying to use that AAAS transfer degree. Now, if they can use the AAS in education, that could be a potentially different conversation, I think. So good update, exciting changes there. So the bullet point above that, to kind of pivot, we have KETS, or KEPS right now, which is the placement, more like a job posting board. We get frequently asked about job vacancy data. We don't really have true vacancy data. If you will remember last fall, we were asked to present vacancy data to the IJCE. We ended up having to do a survey of districts to get real-time vacancy data. We're going to do the same thing again this fall. I say all of that to say we are continuing to push to use an existing pot of money that is within the department. It is funded by education certification fees. So when teachers get certified and recertified, they pay a small fee. It goes into this pot of money. Statutorily, we are fairly limited on how we can spend those dollars. We would like to use those dollars to replace KEPS with an off-the-shelf job portal system. We have kind of shopped this idea around as we have talked to legislators this summer. And in the interim, everybody seems to be in favor of this. The K groups that we've talked to seem to be in favor of this. A lot of people think it's a good idea. We just need a very small change in the statutory language to really feel like we are following the letter of the law as it relates to the use of those funds. So we will continue to advocate for that, but just wanted to provide that update.
And when you think about that common application system, you could be a teacher in Northern Kentucky and you say, I want to apply to this region or to these counties. And it's one application that goes out. Then also, two, trying to utilize that data to better select like what vacancies there are. I pulled up the report that we did last year in October, and there's some great data, but we had to create a separate survey for that because KEPS would not give us clear data because a lot of times districts would leave postings up. Like they'd always leave an elementary teaching position open because they're always going to need an elementary teaching position or something of that nature. But the beauty of this is if you have one system that a teacher could say, I'm going to apply to every district in the state, or I'm going to apply to this region, and then you have that finished. And the beauty of this is we're not asking for money. There's money there. It's just, can we utilize the funding that there? And we've been pleasantly surprised that the preliminary, I'll say quotes that we've seen, or costs of this would be much less than we anticipate. So we do feel like this funding would sustain this application system.
All right, so the next two bullet points there, the facilities and the substitute teaching statute remain the same, as does that final bullet point on the career and technical education funding. Just want to mention on that one, when we cleaned up the funding formula for CTE a few sessions ago, it was at the same time the budget bill was moving. That formula bill got changed a number of times along the way. And I think at the end of the day, some old language remained in the budget bill, and that's created some problems. So we are continuing to clean that up. In order to bring the ATCs into the funding formula, we would need about $15 million so that the portion of the pie for the non-ATC schools remains the same. So we'll continue to advocate for that. There's always a lot of support for CTE, so I feel pretty hopeful that we can maybe check that one off the list as we look ahead to next year. So with that, that's the very quick version of how I have put forward a draft for you all to consider. Again, happy to answer any questions or let you all discuss and make any changes you all would like. And there will be other, just for the new members, this is not the only things that we will talk about as we head into the session. There will be lots of other things that come up, other priorities that kind of bubble up as we get closer to session and talk to more legislators, especially as it relates to assessment and accountability, I imagine.
I will say too, it's been a great opportunity to see legislators reach out to us for input. We're seeing more and more of that. I think Brian could talk to that a little bit more. But having members of our specialists within our department talking to legislators about policy statute that would be effective. So we're seeing more and more conversations like that. I think Brian would agree.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that we have seen more draft legislation this past session than we've seen since I've been here. And I think that it's reflective of the work that the commissioner and his predecessor put in the last year and a half, 2 years to make it a point to be in the annex on a regular basis, to be meeting with legislators in the interim. As we drove to lunch today, the commissioner mentioned that some of his best conversations have come in the annex cafeteria. I mean, it's so true because the more that we're present, the more we're available to have those impromptu conversations. I think it kind of continues to bring the temperature down. They see the commissioner being available. They see us as staff being helpful in providing feedback on potential bills. They don't always have to agree with us. They don't have to take our advice, but it's helpful when they come to us early to get that feedback as opposed to just dropping bills. For the new members, we saw about 200 bills drop that had some impact on education this year.
In the short session.
Yeah, so it'll be more than that
bills in the
next
short
year. So it's a lot to wade through as they're dropping. So the more we can see ahead of time, or the more we can provide feedback for on the front end, the better it is for everybody from a policy standpoint.
And one thing I'll add to that, you know, it was made it very easy and much easier to talk to a legislator when they said, I talked to Robin about this also. And Robin Kinney really opened up a lot of doors to be able to walk in and talk to legislators. So I want to give her a lot of credit. She laid a lot of foundational groundwork to start some of these relationships and to continue. But also, too, a lot of members, again, with our staff, I've talked about our staff several times. There are several meetings where maybe Kelly Foster in OCIS is meeting with the legislator on identification of CSI, or you have Mickey with Mickey Marinelli with Office Teaching and Learning, and the list goes on every single person on the staff. There's a lot of questions and answers where we're trying to work. Now, do they call and ask us about every legislation? Absolutely not. Every now and then I get surprised. You know, the commissioner shall. They didn't ask me if the commissioner wanted to. The commissioner shall. You know, at some bills, and so every now and then those surprises come up. But I do pick up the phone and say, okay, what am I doing here? And so those conversations happen, a lot of informal conversations too. We appreciate that.
The only thing that I didn't add to your all's draft priorities that you may want to consider is something related to virtual programs. So this past session, we heard a lot of talk and saw a lot of bills related to virtual programming, both in the NTI space and the full-time virtual programs. That's not on here. I suspect that we will see some bills drop this year related to that space. So just something to think about. I'm happy to add something on here if you all would like.
Principal mentoring, maybe another.
mentoring, be another one.
It seems to be a priority of our legislators, a principal mentoring type program.
Yeah.
Maybe you know, either 1 to 2, maybe 3 years. So that's another in the conversations that we're having, and some of the interim joint committee. One of the interim joint committee presentations was specifically on principal mentorship. So you know, that might be something else you want to consider as our priority also too.
Comments, questions? Yes, Julie.
So there's a number of things on this list and on Matt's list that was also addressed in what Allison Ball's report. Would be beneficial to do some referencing on both of these lists, saying, you know, we're wanting to address what was written in the report, and this, so that way there's some tie-in and it gives a little bit more teeth to it.
Sure.
Because it's been
Great point.
addressed in the report.
Great point. Thank you for that. It's a
And
great point.
To that, on that same note, we also look to KASS and KASA to bring their legislative priority agendas, probably already out now. If
I've
not,
not
will be
seen them
soon, and we'll crosswalk those as well. Because the more we can sing from a single page or two out of the hymn book, the better in terms of advocacy.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's more related to the federal policy that was just shown to us, but given light of the Supreme Court cases against vouchers, and how does the federal program, what is the response to the federal program that they're creating vouchers? It's going to be up to the states to, if they choose to go into that, what is, I would take it that the statute says they can't, but knowing the legislature, they will still probably pass something. So what is
I would have
that
to defer
advocacy moving
I'll
forward?
defer to our general counsel on that one. My first thought is that if it's not state dollars, it may be viewed differently, or if it is donations being put into some sort of scholarship fund, that could be viewed differently. But I would have to defer to our general counsel on that one.
Yeah, the previous challenge was to the use of state dollars.
Can they
right,
hear
it was
you?
I think they should. Can you hear me?
I can.
It was the use of state dollars to provide a tax credit. And the issue that the court decided was whether or not that was constitutional under the state constitution. So if it's not the spending of state dollars, different inquiry. I don't know what that would ultimately look like, right? Because we're no longer talking about state dollars and that decision by the Kentucky Supreme Court and the state constitution. You're talking about federal tax dollars.
So theoretically, to Randy's point, the $1,700 tax credit could be acted on in the next session of the General Assembly or not, because it is up to states to determine whether they pursue that $1,700.
Yeah. This microphone does not work well. Yeah, I don't know enough about the specifics at the federal level to know what that looks like. For example, right, it couldn't be a program that we were administering here because that would be the use of state dollars to administer that type of program. Then that's when you get into the previous decision. What would that look like? I don't know enough about it. Happy to look into it a little bit more for you.
I'm just wondering, I mean, if it seems like that's going to go forward, obviously, and just didn't know what our response was.
Yeah, I also don't know if the federal government made dollars available for the expansion of school choice, and I'll say that in quotes, if that opens the door for the possibility for districts to use it to expand public school choice options. You know, I think in Fayette County, could they use some of those dollars to expand the Spanish immersion program, which has a huge wait list and everybody wants into. So I would hope that we could explore some ideas like that as well. So potentially how some dollars could be used to expand the public school choice as well. Yes.
Yes. So I have two questions. I'm glad that you have brought the Spanish immersion program in Fayette in Maxwell. I'm familiar with that. Precisely thinking about supporting the educator workforce. Two thoughts in my mind. One about what is in there, one about what is not. About what is in there, regarding precisely the Spanish program, right? Have you all considered, and perhaps this is just more a conversation about the federal update, like Member Poe said, given the conversation about what is happening regarding international programs, Fulbright, Title VI, the Kentucky Department of Education has had more than 20 years of collaboration with ministries of education in other countries, through which they have brought international teachers here to precisely fill those positions in schools like Maxwell Elementary. So given that situation at the federal level, given what we can do here, has that somehow appeared on your radar? Is this something that you all have considered? Especially thinking about our rural communities, that many of those, they have benefit from having teachers like that, because they have been able to have access and opportunity to something that otherwise they would have never had before. So that's one thing. And my second thing is about what is not in here. Thinking about supporting our teachers, I'm thinking about our paraprofessionals. I'm thinking about how can we support, especially our early childhood teachers and our kindergarten teachers, that they work so hard in their classrooms. And one of their keys to success is precisely the existence of these people. So when you were talking about the teacher loans and all these kind of things, is it possible? Has it appeared on your radar, the inclusion of paraprofessionals in these initiatives?
We have not talked a lot about paraprofessionals in the past. However, I think one of the federal updates that may have kind of slipped past some folks, that change for short-term Pell is going to be huge for those types of credentials, right? Because, again, at KCTCS, they also have an early childhood pathway, which leads to some of those type of positions. So in the past, if you were not going for the associate's degree in early childhood, you wouldn't have been able to tap into your Pell dollars. What this short-term Pell change does is allow those students that want to get, say, a certificate in early childhood to get into those preschool programs. They will now be able to use Pell to help pay for that, which is a huge win because we have a lot of Pell eligible students in Kentucky, especially at our two-year institutions. And so it kind of hopefully will mimic what we've seen in the nursing sector, where you can have a short-term credential that provides a viable entry into the workforce, but then it's stackable, right? So you get that credential and then you can move on and get your degree and eventually, or your diploma, and then eventually your two-year degree. And hopefully some of those folks will continue to matriculate on and become potentially certified teachers, although we also need great folks at the preschool level. So.
And about the other question that I asked at the beginning about the international programs.
So the conversations we've been having regarding the international students have been more focused on our English language learners. Although I think you bring up a really good point of and unfortunately Dr. Brewer isn't here today, but I think we will definitely have some conversations about her as to, how do we tap into this growing body of English language learners to hopefully start to build out some of those pipelines for those bilingual teachers down the road. I think it's a great question and something that we should certainly talk about. And
at least until we are able to strengthen the pipeline, right? I know it could be short-term solutions, but it's better than having nothing.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's a great idea. And I think that we'll have some definite interest in the legislature. We've had some strong support as it relates to those English language learners because we've seen such a growth in some unusual places like Bowling Green. It's had an explosion of international students over the past decade or so. So, but yeah, it's a great topic to bring up.
Holly, and then we're going to our next speakers. Okay, all right.
I was just wondering if you're hearing any conversations about revisions to SB 181.
Yeah, so I'm surprised it took this long to get to 181.
Short answer,
kind of avoided going to church here lately to duck questions on 181. So a couple of things. So one, late last week, the Attorney General issued an opinion around 181 and answering some questions. I think it is largely in line with the guidance that we had given out previously, which is good. But I do think it will help strengthen some of the things we've been telling people regarding the implementation of 181. Things like public comments on Facebook are not part of what the intent of 181 is. So, we'd gotten questions like, well, if we post that there's a football game and a student asks if there's going to be hot dogs for sale, can we reply? So it clarifies, I think, some of those questions. But yes, I do think we will see some cleanup legislation around 181. There is a meeting on
August 18th,
on the 18th, along with
18th.
every other meeting. Somehow everything has been coming on the 18th. But one of the meetings I have on the 18th is a large meeting around 181 with the sponsor and I think
Some K
all
groups.
the stakeholders will be there as well. So I think after that meeting, we'll have a better idea as to kind of the direction the cleanup will go. But I feel very confident we will see some level of cleanup. I don't think we'll see them repeal it entirely. I think that there are some parts that are going to stay. I think a lot of it will just be clarification, potentially some expansion on things like the family member, right? So exactly who qualifies as a family member, some things like that. Todd, did you have any other thoughts?
Diane? Oh,
No, I agree with you. I think we'll definitely see some type of amendment. Very appreciative that we've been invited to the table to help provide some feedback.
And the AG did clarify that districts must offer a waiver option, right?
Yes. Yeah, that was one of the things that was clarified as well. There were several things that were, the opinion covers quite a few questions, but is largely in line with what we had said in our guidance as well. So, but I still think we'll see some cleanup. So.
Diane?
Okay, Dr. Perry, just one question concerning under number 2 of the priorities. The very last bullet there, school safety. So what will that look like as far as the...
That was added last year, I believe, is just a general recognition that that you all as the board kind of think about school safety on an ongoing basis. I doubt that that's one that we'll ever see taken off of the priority list. I don't know that we have any particular legislation pending related to school
Are we
safety.
working with the Kentucky Center for School Safety or other?
Not on anything in particular. I think it was just more of a recognition that school safety is kind of always on our minds and is always something that we are aware of. But there's no particular piece of legislation that we are pursuing at this point directly related to school safety.
So we wouldn't be asking for dollars or any support financially or monetarily to support
I
some
don't think
things
it's one of our ABRs,
No.
but of course, if there is a bill that comes forward and we would support anything that would be a part of school safety. But again, we don't have a specific, like for example, SROs. If they were to increase funding for SROs, that we'd be on board with that. But we don't have anything specific that I can think of that we're working with as it relates directly with school safety.
And it
just
feels
in
to me
support.
that the reason we have it there, Ms. Woods, is that we want to follow the Center for School Safety's lead on any of those pieces of legislation that might emerge over the fall. So we recognize their partnership in that.
Okay, but it's under secure, excuse me, additional funding for key initiatives. So why is it in that place?
Again, with the Center for School Safety as the lead negotiator for what that annual allotment is to John and his team.
So we would look at, okay, that's still not answering my question then, but I think you explained it further.
I mean, we can move it down and put it down with.
No, we don't want it
facilities
down
and-
on, further on the list. We want it up front because it's so important. It's the base, it's the foundation. We want kids to be safe in school and as well as our staff.
I think they petitioned for their
Yeah,
funds.
yeah.
right.
John
They
would
do.
put
I
forward the
think our
proposal and
stance
we
is
would,
supporting
we
them.
would partner on that proposal.
And it may change, like looking at her federal things, like school safety was on the shopping
Yeah,
part,
yeah.
so, I mean. it
Well,
may have to
I
change,
think we've
too.
got some really fascinating dynamics to observe and discern some intelligence and some strategy as we get ready for January here, and I would say the return of Congress in September. So it is, we don't know where school safety is going to be. Commissioner, please.
One more comment about the school safety. For example, a topic that, that was with SROs was looking at a SRO per campus versus per school. So when those conversations happen, we're a proponent of it being per school. I think it's $20,000 per campus. So there's several districts that have multiple schools on one campus. So they share one SRO, and they could be 500 students, 700 students are on one campus, but they have a school that's 200 a few miles down the road that has to have its own, because it's its own campus. So those are the things we're trying to promote as those topics come up. So anytime that there's funding that increases school safety, gives opportunities, we're going to promote that.
Can I mention one more thing as we close out this conversation?
That's the last one.
So we are working on a report related to House Bill 48 on the reporting requirements that we require from districts. We are also kind of working with them to talk about the reporting requirements required of the department. I say all of that to say that I have started mentioning that to legislators that as they file legislation and pass legislation that requires any new reporting, that they add a sunset date to that report. I've mentioned this to a few people. It has not been shot down completely. So please do me a favor, and as you have conversations with legislators, remind them that when they create a new report, please put a sunset date on it. They're here every year. They can continue it as long as they want if it's useful, but otherwise it'll just fade out after 3 or so years. I think that would help. And I jokingly say this, but I do think it would help as we work to get all this cleaned up. It would help long-term to make sure we don't end up in the same situation in another 10 years where we have a whole list of reports that have been created that no one's reading, and we have to try to work to get them taken off the books. So I'll end with that.
Thank you, Brian.
Good job. Thank
And
you.
It's gonna
Commissioner.
ride off into the
It-
sunset.
Right off.
Just
It
like I
it
hope the
is
reports
a
do.
different, it is a different game we're in. It is more collaborative, it is more cooperative, and we have a chance to support the crafting of policy that really does help us get the job done. So appreciate it. I'm going to ask Dr. Nick
Madam Chair, would I be out of line to say we have a student on our board and she's got a school activity she needs to go to?
She's got a soccer
Can we
game.
release her if she wants to go and
Run now.
defend the honor of Marion County against those Mercer County people?
Yes.
Would I be out of line to request that?
No.
Yes, please.
Thank
Feel
you.
free.
Since I'm your in loco parentis for the
There
day.
you go, right. What's the event?
We all agree with the loco part, Harold.
I heard that.
Let's go, Marianne.
District game?
No, my new coach coached there for 10 years, and he just came to Marion County.
It's a rivalry game.
Uh-oh.
Good luck.
Good luck, have fun.
See you virtually.
Thank
I
care.
appreciate it. So, Dr. Carter, let me just ask you, has your board ever gone over schedule?
Is that a trick question?
I told him we'd be done by 4:30 Central Time.
Right, right. That's right. It is only 3:49 back home. So we're in good shape.
They didn't tell you you were coming up on Central Time, did they?
Well, this has been very interesting. I've enjoyed.
Oh.
Bless your heart.
You enjoy watching us agonize over these issues, and I appreciate your being here and appreciate knowing that a colleague really is observing these deliberations. But now we'd like you to speak to us as the 2025 Superintendent of the Year from the Kentucky Association of School Administrators. You are our partners, and we really commend the work that you do on the ground as we want to hear your views. So what you need and how we doing to help.
All right. Well, first, thank you for having me. It is truly an honor. I was sitting here earlier thinking, man, you know, a little over 20 years ago, I was a first-year teacher, and I never dreamed I'd have the opportunity to speak at a Kentucky Board of Education meeting. So it's truly an honor. I want to thank everybody that's on the board. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for dedicating your time to the betterment of children in Kentucky. I want to thank our commissioner, everyone with the Kentucky Department of Education. You know, public education, it truly is about a village. It takes a village of a lot of great people throughout the entire Commonwealth to make sure that our kids have the very best. You know, there's never been a time in my career that I felt better about the direction that we're heading in Kentucky when it comes to public education. And I thank this board for helping be good stewards of the work, and our commissioner. It's tremendous. So with that being said, I also appreciate the congratulations on Superintendent of the Year. It's been an amazing past year. So thankful to the wonderful people around me who deserve all the credit. I am a big believer that when you put great people around you, it makes you look a lot better than what you truly are. And I'm not going to say anything, Dr. Fate. No, I'm just joking. But in all seriousness, we have a great team in Breckinridge County, a little over 2,700 terrific kiddos, great families, great teachers and staff, and just couldn't ask for better folks back home. And I'm so proud of everyone back home, and they are the reason why I was honored with the award. As far as the work, and just want to really, I hope that some of the things that I'm able to share with you today is affirmation of the beliefs and the work of this board and everyone at the department. You know, there was a good little conversation a little earlier about preschool. I tell you, I'm a huge believer in preschool, and the work that's going on in our preschool classrooms is amazing work. I see it every day in my own district. We've worked very hard to promote kindergarten readiness. I think that's been a big challenge over the last few years, to do everything we can to help our youngest learners enter kindergarten ready to soar. So I just really want to encourage everyone to continue to promote that. I love the conversation that's going on in the state right now around universal preschool, not just from an education standpoint for our children, but for our workforce. There's so many of our parents out there that are not able to work because of not having adequate child care in their communities. In Breckinridge County, we have 2 child care centers in the entire county, and it's a large county. So universal preschool would not only be wonderful for our children, but it would also be a great asset for our workforce. So that's a big part. I apologize, I'm a note taker, so I have my notes here. Also, that means I want to make sure that I don't go 20, 30 minutes. Transition readiness, the work around making sure that our children, I say our children, but our learners are prepared after high school. It's amazing work right now going on when it comes to the CTE world and the monumental impacts and funding that's been coming into CTE. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to my good friend, Mr. Tom Thompson, who is Administrator of the Year for CTE. Tom is a Breckinridge County native, and very proud of him. But there's so much great work going on in our high schools. It's not just at Breckinridge County High School. Our high schools across the state with bringing in new pathways like aviation and engineering and bringing in JRTC programs. There's really solid work going on in our high schools across the Commonwealth to try to help our students become even more engaged in their learning. Love the co-op opportunities and the partnerships that's taking place across the state. Tremendous partnerships are taking hold with our community college system. We have a great partnership with ECTC and OCTC. There's other colleges that we have great partnerships with, so that our students, while they're in high school, are able to knock out a lot of those basics. I can tell you right now, I have a daughter that just graduated high school, and she's walking into college with a lot of her basics taken care of, and going to be moving right into those classes in her field, and she's really excited about that. So I love the work that's taken place over the years for our college-going students. And just like I love the work that's taking place for our kiddos that are not going to college, but they're looking to go into that career and technical field. So good work there, and just really commend the board for supporting that work. This past year, as Superintendent of the Year, I've really tried to lean into the advocacy work, and there was a really good discussion before I came up here around the advocacy side and how do we build bridges, how do we build partnerships with our legislators. And I think a lot of it that I've identified over the past year is really leaning into helping our communities understand what public education is and what it isn't. And in a time where misinformation seems to spread as quickly as the common cold, we have to spend a lot of time helping folks understand that what public ed is. And I'm a proud advocate of public ed and the great work that's taking place there. But just really appreciate our legislators for having the good intentions. They want my state senator Steve Meredith, and I don't know what I'd do without Steve. Steve has always been one phone call away and a text away from helping me with anything that he possibly could. I think moving forward, we just have to continue to keep public education at the forefront, helping folks understand what we're doing in our public schools and promoting our public schools. Also, over the last year, I've tried to be a support to fellow superintendents. And Commissioner Fletcher knows from recently being a superintendent that it can be very lonely, and there's a lot of challenges in the superintendency, but we have some tremendous superintendents in the state of Kentucky. There's only 171 of us, and they work very hard and do try so hard to do what's best for their communities. I think the biggest challenge right now in the superintendency is navigating that political division, and that's something that a lot of times superintendents get caught up in, and they don't mean to. I don't know any superintendent that goes to bed at night thinking, tomorrow I'm gonna see if I can pick a fight over some political issue. That's not what we all do. We all were teachers to start with. We're all educators. That's why we're in the business. But that is our greatest challenge. But there is some research out there that I think is very positive for the future. 87% of Americans are frustrated by the extreme division in our nation right now. And sometimes, we don't realize that. We just think that everybody's so polarized. But that tells me that folks are getting tired of all this division. 67% of Americans believe in unity and progress. And so I think we as public educators and public education leaders, we have to tap into that. There's an opportunity right now to really promote the great work that's going on in public education, lean into our communities and listen as we're developing those strategic learning plans, as we're figuring out how to deeply connect our learner portraits to our students and our communities, because there's an opportunity right now to do that. But the superintendency it's really, right now it's about that peer support and mentorship and helping all of our new superintendents. I think there's a great first-year program that's led by the Kentucky Association of School Administrators. Our turnover rate in the superintendency right now is, I think, maybe 12% in the state of Kentucky. It's around maybe a little higher, but it's low compared to other states. There are states right now where it's 40 and 50%. And in Kentucky, it is well below that. And I think that speaks volumes to the great people that we have entering the superintendency and the state's investment in that one-year internship program where they have a mentor and a training program to help them get through it. But I think moving forward, we continue to stay focused on unity and being the truth tellers in our communities and helping folks understand what public ed is and what it isn't. So be happy to take any questions. And again, just sincere gratitude for even having me here. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Been superintendent.
I am starting my 9th year as superintendent in the Breckinridge County School District. So,
Dog years, Nick, dog years.
yes. But before that, I was the high school principal for 7 years in our district. So it's been
That's
wonderful.
really dog years. I'll say this: he and I came in about the same time. We're in the same service region, and this man never stops. Right? He's always working. He's at the events. About 8.5 years ago, we decided next free night we had, we was going to go deer hunting together, and we're still looking for it.
I know. Between work and my children, I don't get to deer hunt near as much as I'd like.
No, couldn't be more proud to work with you, man. You're doing such a good job, and I mean, you can just feel it. You know, the support, the groundswell. But there's vision in Breckinridge County Schools. It's just been a pleasure to be a spectator and watching what you're doing, but then on the same team with you. You're doing great.
Thank you so much, and I'm a proud alum of ECTC.
Yes, you are.
Steve, you were going to comment?
No, I asked.
How many years?
Dr. Carter, first of all, Nick, great to see you, and congratulations. Well-deserved honor. You know, when I think about Nick Carter, I was thinking, Dr. Carter, what are some things that I think about when I think of you? And one of the things is your passion for the students of Breckinridge County. I mean, you always are talking about the events, being a part of where the kids are, not only your own kids, but the kids there in Breckinridge, always a part of it. The other thing I think about, too, is advocacy. You are continuously, and especially in a legislative session, you're talking to either Senator Meredith or other senators. Wherever you need to be, that's where you go. And we really appreciate that. As a former superintendent, I saw that as a colleague. The other things I thought about was leadership. You've been involved in different organizations. I think you were president of CASA once upon a time, correct?
Yes, sir.
So again, to step out, first of all, the superintendent role itself, and many of us around this table, we know the requirements of that role. I tell people all the time, I said, I actually get to go home a little more as commissioner than I did as superintendent. Now, don't get me wrong, I travel a lot, but still, being able to be home a little bit more was something else. The superintendent's role is so important. It's the visibility there is so important, but also, too, the availability for peer support. I don't know if you know this or not, but a lot of times when you talk to other superintendents, they ask, who did I call for some support or who did I call for advice? Your name comes up a lot. And that means a lot coming from your peers. So again, congratulations. Thanks for being here. And I'm thankful to call you a friend too. So glad to have you here.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Fletcher. I'm truly blessed. I look around this table, and you know, whenever I was a new superintendent, you know, you, Dr. Poe, I've not had the privilege to meet you personally, but I've always read a lot about whenever you were in the field and stuff.
Johnson County.
Yeah. So
he laid the groundwork for Tom Cochran, and he made his job a lot easier.
Nice. And Lou's a legend. So I mean, it's the superintendency is such a collegial group because there's only 171 of us. I always call us to be a part of the 171. We're blessed.
And you did say it was a lonely job, and it is. So other superintendents really helped you out through that.
Mm-hmm. So, but
Good job.
Truly blessed, and thank you all for having me. And if there's anything that I can ever do or support the board in any way, please don't hesitate to call on me. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues, we have had a really productive meeting today. I appreciate the attention and persistence to complete this agenda. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 10:30 at the Paul Sawyer library. But at this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make that motion.
I will second.
Dare I put the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Well,
The audit said we agreed too much.
Oh, no,
I guess we did.
the ayes have it.